football starting. By the way, did you guys watch any of the football last night? Although it was the scrubs playing, it was fun to watch football. Life happens. All right, so let's get into Retribution Friday, shall we? Love you guys. Let's go.
There's more breaking news. An appeals court just ruled that a federal judge cannot move ahead with criminal contempt proceedings against Trump administration officials involved in a very high-stakes immigration case. CNN's crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Polance is following these developments for us. What are you learning, Caitlin?
Wolf, it is significant breaking news here. It is a federal appeals court siding with the Trump administration in how they handled removing immigrants from American soil, sending them to a Salvadoran prison. There was a judge, a district judge, Jeb Boasberg in Washington, who had said turn the planes around. And then he believed that the Justice Department likely violated his order intentionally. He was going to hold Trump administration officials in criminal contempt or look at criminal contempt. And today, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals said, no, he cannot do that. He does not have that power. And they are trying to diffuse the tension between the court, this judge, Boasberg, and the Trump administration. Two judges, both Trump appointees on the appeals court, saying that lower court, they should stay out of foreign policy that the Trump administration, that President Donald Trump is trying to conduct. Attorney General Pam Bondi, in a statement in social media just now, she responded to this ruling saying, our Justice Department attorneys just secured a major victory defending President Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act to deport illegal alien terrorists. The D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed what we've argued for months. Judge Boasberg's attempt to sanction the government for deporting criminal alien terrorists was a clear abuse of discretion, failed judicial overreach at its worst.
Yeah! So it's funny that CNN didn't show you the whole tweet or post that Pam put up. This was her entire post. Our Justice Department attorneys just secured a major victory defending President Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act, we'll refer that as the AEA, to deport illegal, can we say the word yet, or are we still not allowed to? Alien terrorists. The D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed what we've argued for months. Judge Boasberger, his attempt to sanction the government for deporting criminal alien terrorists was a clear abuse of discretion, failed judicial overreach at its worst. I mean, can you get more of a spanking by a superior court telling you it's the worst? It's one of the worst things we've ever seen, you piece of crap court. We will continue fighting and winning in court for President Trump's agenda to keep America safe. That is effing huge. Now you're seeing, and by the way, just like I told you to tell the trolls and people who give me a hard time, now can you start ignoring all these people who say Pam Bondi's not doing anything? Can we clear the deck and say, go away. You're not watching. You're panicking. I believe at this point, she's like 19 or 20-0. All these district court rulings, one by one, are just getting slapped down. Yes, it took a lot of time to get, a lot of time? Oh, let me check. Oh, it's 200 days. It's close to 7 months. Now he's got, as he continues to slap these things down, he's going to have years of runway. See, their problem was they loaded it all up front, trying to stop everything now, and now they got nothing left. President Trump is going to run roughshod over these people, and they know it. They know what's going to happen. You see, a lot of us last week, including myself, we were wondering, why would John Thune and why would Mike Johnson, why would they give Congress and the Senate the entire month of August off? There's so much to do. And a few of us, me, has said, I think President Trump got what he wanted right now. And that what he wanted right now was give me these few people, and then you guys leave town, and I'm going to just take over. There's not going to be any news cameras here. Remember, because they're all gone. They can't just run out front and do a gaggle. They're not here. They'd have to all come back to Washington. So President Trump in the White House with his staff basically has the entire month to do whatever he wants. And I do mean whatever. And they have no way to stop him. So when you grasp that and think to yourself, wait a minute, was this part of the genius? Well, let me ask you. This happened at about 11:44. You're not seeing any congressman or senator or anybody else run into a microphone. Chuck Schumer's not in the halls of the Senate screaming. I don't even know where Chuck Schumer is right now. Maybe he's off the coast of Azerbaijan. Who knows? Right now, he's doing it. Today, what I'm going to show you is truly Retribution Friday. I had a show scheduled, all planned out. And I'm like, bam, bam, bam. And it's all happening on a Friday afternoon. And it's only 1:30. Probably there'd be more coming if he hadn't, doesn't have to entertain these two guys that are showing up today. But don't let anybody tell you Pam Bondi's not doing anything. I don't want to hear from the abstiniacs. Nobody. Done. 21-0, whatever it is that she's doing. And now they got the Bo Asperger guy spanked by an appellate court. They're done. It's got to start settling into people. I see so many people, I'm not going to name any names, who are so anti-progress. Trumpian progress. They just want to complain about everything. I don't know if there's a lot of money in complaining. I don't know. But for some reason, instead of absorbing the success, you're going to be hard pressed to find a lot of people applauding today. There are going to be people, I know Benny's applauding. You're probably going to see Patrick Bet-David. You're probably going to see Charlie Kirk. You're going to see some people applauding. But look at the fringe and see how many people are like, this is freaking awesome. You just heard one so far. This is the first one. And it's incredible because it just keeps happening today. So I'm going to start with more because you're not going to believe some of this stuff. But I've decided to call this next segment, The Storm is Upon Us. And if you remember President Trump at one meeting in the White House, he says there's a storm coming. And one of the reporters said to him, what do you mean a storm? When's it coming? You'll see. You'll see. And today I think we got a good trailer, a good preview of what's about to happen. If you had any doubt that he wasn't going to do what he told you he was going to do, today will definitively put an exclamation mark on that. And you will understand that everything he said he was going to do, he is now effecting. And they can't stop him. Imagine if you completely defanged or de-armed your opponent. That's what he's done. There is nothing they can do. They can't even run back to the Senate. Nope, can't come in here. You're done. We're not doing anything. We're closed for business right now. You can run to the media, but what are you going to do? What can complain? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And I thought to myself, if he's not taking complaints right now, then guess what? I'm not going to take it either. So let's look at the storm that has now come into Washington. This is unbelievable.
With the probe, tell Fox News that New York Attorney General Letitia James and her office is under investigation by the DOJ here in Washington. We're told that Attorney General Pam Bondi signed off on the probe. Subpoenas were sent to James's office, and there is a grand jury investigation underway in the New York State Capitol of Albany. The specific investigation, my colleague Jake Gibson, Ashley Oliver, and myself are being told involves deprivation of rights, which in plain language means someone in a position of legal authority violating someone else's constitutional or legal rights. Those sources tell Fox News the DOJ is going after James because she took then former President Donald Trump to court, quote, simply because she didn't like him and campaigned on getting him. DOJ, led by Bondi, believes she violated his First Amendment rights dealing with free speech. James has said before she believed Trump inflated his net worth to get good deals on loans from lenders and other financial benefits. Ms. James won in a court judgment of over $450 million against the Trump Organization Trump is appealing, and it's pending. The entire scope of the grand jury probe in Albany, Dana, is unclear. Grand juries are secretive, but we've learned from these well-placed sources it stems from a recent strike force set up inside the Justice Department to investigate an alleged plot to tie Trump to Russia in 2016. Sources say that strike force has expanded to other topics. Now, to recap, the Justice Department has initiated grand jury proceedings in Albany, New York, against the Empire State Attorney General Letitia James. But remember, this is important. A grand jury simply decides if there's enough evidence to indict. To be clear, we are told this is very early in the process, and no one, as I speak to you right now, is facing any charges at this time. Fox News reached out to Attorney General James's office multiple times, but we've yet to hear back.
Yeah. Ooh, that's number 2 for the day. Okay, Bo Asperger, SmackDown. The complete SmackDown. Now, they've launched a grand jury against Letitia James. So some of you guys may be saying, well, the grand jury, as Fox is trying to cover their butts because they're in New York. You understand, Fox Studios, Fox News is in New York. They got to be very careful not to piss off Letitia James. Big Letty might come down on Fox News if they say the wrong thing. But as you've been told many, many times, you can indict a ham sandwich. So she's going to get indicted. There is no doubt she's going to get indicted. There's doubt whether she'll be convicted, but she will get indicted. There's plenty of information now. Plenty of information. Pam Bondi said, or first on Fox, Attorney General Bondi has authorized a special prosecutor, which he didn't mention this. He has authorized a special prosecutor, Ed Martin, to investigate allegations of mortgage fraud involving Senator Adam Schiff and Letitia James. That was separate than from this. Okay, understand. Let me break it down. Deep breath. They got a grand jury working on whether or not she, violated President Trump's civil rights, and by going after him, by trying to deflate the value of a gazillion-dollar property, arguably the number 1 property in the entire Southeast. She said, it was only worth like $15 million. That dirt cost $70 or $80 million. But anyway, that's that case. That's one problem that Big Letty has. Number 2, now Big Letty has also got a special prosecutor crawling up her butt. 2 separate cases. 2 separate cases. I want you to make sure you understand that when you see people swirling around Twitter saying Pam Bondi's not doing anything. You got one case here going to the grand jury, and they got another case going over here with a special prosecutor. Big Letty, you're about to spend a whole lot of money. If nothing happens, you're going to feel the retribution of Trump. Well, it's just, he's just going after her because she went after him. What's your point? What's your point? I am going to obliterate the deep state. I am going to take down all of these people. You've been arms, you've been propaganda, you've been weapons of the deep state. It's not my fault you tried to get in bed with them. And there's so much video of her talking about how she's going to go get Trump. I'm going to go get Trump. Talk about weaponization. What do you call that? I don't see one video of President Trump going, I can't wait to get in office so I can, as soon as I get in office, oh yeah, I'm going to take down Big Letty. Nope. You won't see one video like that. But you got a whole bunch from her. How's she going to defend that? That was your campaign slogan. I am going to take down President Trump. Trump sucks. Trump's racist. Trump's Hitler. Okay. Hey, grand jury, here's all this evidence showing the animus that she had towards President Trump. She foretold what she was going to do. She campaigned on what she was going to do. It's not hard to see that she did it because she hates Trump or because somebody told her to go after Trump. Either way, Letty, get the checkbook out or start talking. You got no choice at this point. It's coming. That's just one lawsuit. Now you got a special prosecutor. You have a special prosecutor at this point who has been given the permission to bend you over and put the microscope in places people don't want to see and come after you. And if one thing leads to another, so be it. Hey, we found this. Oh, we found this. Where did she get the money to buy the property? Where'd the down payment come from? Oh, we need to get her bank records. Oh, let's subpoena that. Let's subpoena this. Everything they did against Trump, they're going to suffer right now. And you can bet your ass these people aren't nearly as clean as President Trump is. President Trump knew way back when he was doing development in New York, I better be clean because they're going to come after me. I am too much of a target. I am too rich. Everybody's going to want to sue me. Big Letty wasn't that kind of careful. Now, in addition, we need to talk about this other guy here. Yeah, this other guy, Adam Schiff. See, Adam Schiff, I got a pardon. I'm pardoned. That's not going to work. This is mortgage fraud. It's not your January 6th stuff. This is mortgage fraud. I doubt you're going to be able to take that piece of paper and say, hey, listen, I got a pardon from somebody who knew how to use the auto pen, so I can't be prosecuted. Yeah, good luck with that, Adam. That was for January 6th. This is for mortgage fraud. They're coming for you. And what's even more important here on Retribution Friday is that Adam's not even in Washington. And he's hearing about this now. He may have heard about it. They may have contacted his attorney. But the big thing is, the rest of them are now hearing this. Fannie Willis must be now hearing this. All of them. He's not playing, is he? No, he ain't playing at all. He's coming for you. You had fun. You laughed at him. You made your videos. You accused him of all things, all kinds of things. You accused him of doing something in a department store bathroom or a dressing room. You accused him of doing something with a pole dancer, and you made a mockery of it, and you took his mugshot. You went through Melania's underwear drawer. You kicked it. Oh. Did you think he was just going to let it go? That's what I understand when I hear people say, oh, Pam's not doing anything. Do you think that he got in power and has told us for some time, I'm going to obliterate the deep state, and he didn't mean it? Well, I bet you right now, if you ask Big Letty and you ask some of these other people, how do you think things are going to turn out for you? At least, at the very minimum, you're going to blow millions. Ask Michael Flynn. At the very minimum, to keep your sorry ass out of jail, you are going to spend millions. And don't let it come from bad sources. Don't let people be able to find out that you only had a couple $100,000 in the bank, and all of a sudden, yeah, where's this millions of dollars coming for your defense? Oh, I raised it. You think anyone's going to want to touch this? You think for an instant anybody's, hey, you're nuclear right now, girl. Hey, Adam, love you, but can't help you. This is going to be fantastic, and this is the opening round. I feel like we're watching the Red Wedding on Game of Thrones, because today's Friday, and by noon, it was like bam, 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 bam. Whew, this is fantastic. I mean, it's fantastic. All right, I'm going to take some comments from you guys in a second, but I absolutely love this. Crazy. Let me tell you guys about kimchi. Some of you guys have tried it. You know, there's a war happening right now, and it's not the war Letitia James is going to have to fight. It's a war in your gut. If you ever had those things going on, it's a battle between good and bad bacteria, and it can determine your overall health. Kimchi One from Brightcore Nutrition is a fermented superfood your body needs to arm the good guys with the right weapons to defeat the bad actors once and for all. It contains over 900 strains of beneficial bacteria in each capsule. Kimchi One supports healthy digestion, fortifies your immune system, and helps detoxify your body. Kimchi has also been shown to reduce the risk of obesity and promote smaller waistlines. It's getting there, people. And it curbs appetite. I can attest to that. And naturally boosts your metabolism. Today, you can get an exclusive offer by clicking the link below. It's in the description. Or you can just use the code LASTCALL for 25% off your entire order. However, for an even better deal, call the people at Brightcore and you'll get up to 50% of your of your order, because they like to educate you and find out what you're looking to do. Maybe kimchi isn't the product you want. Maybe it's vitality. So if you give them a call, you're going to get 50% off and free shipping. Give them a call now at 888-418-6738. All right, so I'm going to continue. I'm going to take some comments here. But there's some crazy stuff going on in the gold market right now. Don't know if you found out that President Trump put a tariff on all Swiss gold. So what's going to happen, do you think? Yeah, you're probably right.
It's genius. It's pure genius. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it.
Why do so many financial experts call silver the most undervalued asset today? Because silver is essential to the future, from solar tech and electric vehicles to the explosive growth of artificial intelligence. Demand is rising fast, and yet silver is still trading at a bargain. With billions pouring into AI, silver prices have only one place to go, and that's up. In fact, silver may be the most overlooked asset class in financial planning. The opportunity for silver is well documented. The market for silver could double or even triple by 2026. You see, I believe in hard assets like this bar of silver. You can hold it in your hand, you can put it in your IRA, you can put it in your home safe, and relative to gold, it's very affordable. That's why I urge you to call my friends at Lear Capital and get their free report, The AI Revolution, and see why silver prices could be set to soar. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. But don't wait. We all know. We've seen it. The government can print lots and lots of dollars, but they can't print silver. All right, so let me hear some of your comments real here. Thanks to Barry's advice and my husband's hard work, we have our credit score up to 660, and as soon as the interest rates come down, we're looking to buy our own house. Oh yeah, that's... Keep it going, for sure. And the interest rates will be coming down. Yep, you need silver for solar panels, battery, and AI. Barry, if my president is happy, I am giddy. And good for you on your decisions. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Did you see the Project Veritas video? All right, somebody asked me, where did that go? Where did that go? I just saw something I wanted to bring up. Somebody asked me if I've seen the Project Veritas videos about Bill Barr and some of the other stuff. Yes. However, showing Project Veritas videos on YouTube can get you completely slapped down. So I have to be very careful. But I am indeed looking at that and looking deep on it. Where are the people that say Pam Bondi is part of the deep state? I hope she continues to prove them wrong and misinformed. Indeed. So they're going to have to start being quiet because they're going to look stupid. So they have to watch out. Elon Musk says far left Wikipedia cannot be used as a definitive source for community notes. Like that. Oh, Aramis. Wow. 8:30. Damn, bro. Damn. As I showed you guys yesterday, and Paul, this is a continuing theme that I have to say when people say housing prices versus income is not the problem. The rates are nobody can afford a mortgage. People can afford a mortgage, but not necessarily on what they want. That's the difference. It's the same thing to me when you talk about the tariffs. Oh, the tariffs are going to make things cost more. Well, I just won't buy those things. If there's a house you're looking at, I really like that house. Maybe that's not the house that you can afford. I'm not going to go into that again, but if people understand starting and moving up, Your first house isn't going to be the house on the water down here. You don't have 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 million to spend. But if that first house is, I don't know, $150,000 house in 3 or 4 years, that house might be, worth $225. You sell it, you got another 50 grand in your pocket. Now you're looking at a $400,000 house. You got to build. Try. Yes, diversify gold and silver for sure. When Big Letty said Trump was an illegitimate president, it was based on the Russian collusion and the Clinton-Obama fake dossier, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Understand how they are beginning to extend this conspiracy. The whole thing with Mar-a-Lago, I mean, this is just the start. Wait, I still got more. Now, he's supposed to come up at 2:30, so let me start moving here, because it can get crazy here. Wow, 8:20. Some of you guys are rocking with your credit scores. Unbelievable. Just walked my 23-year-old through your discussion from yesterday. She is hopeful and newly MAGA. Yeah, kids you're going to have to do it. They're not getting it in school. Nobody's showing them how to become more prosperous. And so it's extremely disappointing for them. They get out of school thinking they're ready to take on the world, and they got to go to work at Starbucks. They're told the entire 4 years, hey, you're going to be able to do this, graduate, and get a good job. No, it doesn't work that way anymore. Unless you're a doctor. Well, I know some lawyers who are doing different things now, because there's so much opportunity. See, that's one thing a lot of people didn't have when they went through the 4 years of school, because they were in a tract, and you were going to do this tract, and you were going to get on that hamster wheel, and you're going to work 20, 30, 35 years, and you're going to do whatever you got to do, and then you're going to retire, and you get to have fun for 5 or 6, and then you die. And I've always looked at that and said, self. I don't want to do that. I don't want to work for 30, 40 years and then retire. What if I retired first and then found a job or something that could pay me that I could do while I was so-called retired? Hello, Mr. Midas. That's what I would like to do. That's what I encourage other people to do. Get paid for what you like to do. And then you just have to ignore the nuts. That's the other part of this. All right, so I got so much. I'm going to have to continue, because when you see all this stuff that President Trump did, you're going to be like, what? Even more? Oh, we got more.
President Trump, it's not a secret how he feels about violence in the city, and it's resulted in this. We are outside of Union Station this morning because the White House says you can now expect to see more police presence in touristy areas of D.C. In fact, there were several things announced by the White House yesterday. Check it out. For the next 7 days and potentially...
All right. For the next 7 days, President Trump quietly just put this out there, and people didn't even know. It just happened at like midnight. More federal law enforcement in D.C. It started at midnight last night, expected to last 7 days, winky, winky, and it's targeting, quote, high-traffic tourist areas and hotspots. Define hotspots. Because tourist areas, that's easy. The Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Memorial, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, okay, hotspot. But what's a hotspot? Hotspots is where the fools are acting up. People trying to get to dinner, people trying to get back to their hotel, and the cover of darkness is causing all kinds of problems. And Muriel Bowser, you've had enough time. This is it. They're going to federalize, they're going to militarize Washington, D.C., and get it cleaned up. There's got to be also an alternative reason for this. Because as you're seeing this stuff roll out, right? So you just saw earlier, Judge Bo Asperger can't stop the removal of the TDAs and what's the other one? The Tres Leches, or all those different things. They got to go. SV sent me something. Here, let me show you this. What did SV send me? Where is it? Here, let me see if I can find this. SV sent me where they're now starting to arrest and really escalate deportations. Hold on. Let me find this so I can show it to you in screen here. And because all of this kind of comes together, right? So when you're seeing this kind of stuff happen, mass arrests are now happening at an anti-ICE protest in New York City. And of course, there's the yahoos sitting in the street doing everything else, but they're going to get arrested. And so it's going to, you know how they always protest in Washington? They always go down to the Capitol and they always go down to the Supreme Court and they start protesting and stuff. Well, guess what's going to happen if you federalize Washington, D.C.? Now, his people are going to be in charge of doing all of this stuff and getting these miscreants taken out of Washington, D.C. That's New York police right now. And it's also showing Zorhan the Great, who wants to be a socialist up there, we're not going to let it happen. It's not going to happen. And so with things happening, and again, I can't think any of this is by accident. You have to think all this is related. Because it all happened at the same time. Mass arrest in New York, federalization of Washington, D.C., Boasberger getting slapped down, Letitia James now under investigation with 2 investigations with mortgage fraud and because of what she did to Trump. And it's only 1:52. I don't know what new stuff's going to drop while I'm on air. Let's continue.
Actually, longer than that, you can expect to see federal officers in marked units patrolling what the Trump administration is calling high-traffic tourist areas and other hotspots. We are not sure exactly what those hotspots are.
Exactly. Hotspots. What's a hotspot? Oh, it's where them people are. They're going to expand this. That hotspot isn't just for tourists and people might get caught out at dinner. They're going after Washington, D.C. They're going to clean it up. They're going to be all kinds of different... Wait till you see this list of all the agencies that are involved. That should tell you something. Wait till you see this.
Increase in law enforcement presence is supposed to start each night at midnight. We are talking quite a few agencies here, guys, just to name a few of them. Metro...
This ain't no little intervention here. Look at all these agencies involved. The U.S. Park Police, Metro Transit Police, Amtrak Police, the Capitol Police, Metro Police Department, Homeland Security, Federal Protective Service, Enforcement and Removal Operations, Drug and DEA. I thought the DEA, okay. FBI, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF, and Explosives, United States Marshals Service, U.S. State's Attorney's Office with District of Columbia, that would be Judge Janine, the Department of Interior. That's an interesting one. I saw this and I'm like, what would the Department of Interior have to be? Are some of the monuments and stuff on different... I don't know. Maybe you guys know. Why would the Department of Interior have to be there? Pretrial Services Agency. What the hell is that? And then, of course, Court Services and Offender Supervision Agency. What is that? You're talking, 10, 15 different agencies? And I love how they wrote it. Yeah, it's a DC takeover.
Transit Police, Amtrak Police, U.S. Capitol Police, the DEA, and the FBI. Look here, the ATF Washington office, that's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. They posted this picture just before 2 a.m. this morning, showing them apparently pulling over a car along Georgia Avenue. Tony Millette, this is obviously not the first time that we have heard the president talk about Washington, D.C. as a city. By now you know he has threatened to take over Washington, D.C. And as we wait to see what happens there, one thing is for sure, you will definitely see an increased police presence for at least the next 7 days.
This isn't a partisan issue.
All right, so he has commenced the takeover, the invasion, you may say, of Washington, D.C. This is just the beginning. And with that many people involved, there has obviously been a game planning of an operation. This just didn't launch last night. And I love how he always gives people the opportunity to do the right thing. He gives a speech. Hey, we may have to come into Washington, D.C. You would think at this point, when he starts giving these breadcrumbs out in press conferences, that people would begin paying attention. Hey, what'd you just say? Yeah, we're thinking about coming into Washington, D.C. We can't have it this way. Well, if I was told that at this point by this president of the United States, I think I would say, hey, clap, clap. We need to go ahead and clean this up. Again, here is an example of yet another person, Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, who didn't take him seriously. This wasn't by accident. This wasn't something he decided last night at midnight. He wasn't walking around the White House in his slippers, getting some cookies, and went, you know what? Now would be a good time to send people into D.C. No, this has been planned. Again, when I gave you my iceberg analogy, and I said most of the content that what I have to do is this much. What you're seeing President Trump say at meetings when he's on camera and he's talking to people, these people, I guess, don't listen like I've asked you to listen and how I listen. It's like, did you hear what he just said? Because they should be rewinding just like I do. Go, wait, what did he just say this? Because if he says it, he's going to do it. He's giving you the opportunity, and he's giving the media, and he's giving all the parties the opportunity. Oh, shit, he's going to do this. Yeah, I'm coming. I am going to federalize D.C. We knew it. We saw it. I pointed it out to you, and they didn't do anything, and they woke up this morning and go, what in the hell are all these guys running around? Too late. Just like he says with Too Late Pal, too late, Muriel. You had your chance. You could have done something, and now I got to take over. Daddy's here. And you can't do anything about it. Oh, by the way, there's nobody here for you to complain to. They're not even in session. So what you gonna do, bro? Or gal? And even the people of Washington, D.C. are like, yeah, bring it on.
This is a public safety issue.
Former Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner Kathy Henderson welcomes extra law enforcement in her neighborhood, which includes Benning Road Northeast. It has struggled with a resurgence in drug and violence problems in recent years. She says she supports the request that U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro made to the D.C. Council today. Pirro asks them to reconsider 3 laws dealing with young offenders: the Second Chance Amendment, the Incarceration Reduction Amendment, which is coupled with the Second Look Act, and the Youth Rehabilitation Act, in order to toughen penalties on people under 25 who commit violent crimes.
We have an individual that committed a murder when he was 16. Because of the legislation, he was given a sentencing reduction. So he was allowed early release. This person whom we wrote a community impact statement for, and we submitted it recently to the court, he committed another homicide.
The president has been...
It's a revolving door. It's comedy. They don't want to arrest, dare I say it, a certain group of people. They want the havoc. They want the chaos. We've seen it. This is what the Democrats have prospered. This is what they've promulgated for years now. And it's funny, I saw something in the chat here. Somebody said Chuck Schumer was up in Buffalo at the football game. They're done. They should have, again, hey, he's making us all leave? Oh, we won. We beat Trump. You're too stupid to realize if something's happening that shouldn't be happening, maybe it's happening because he wants it to happen. If I was a Democrat and they're like, John Thune is telling us we can all go home, hey, something ain't right here. I'm going to stay here because something's about to happen, right? No, y'all can go home. See you in September. Hey, and by the way, one of those people who he got confirmed, one of the people that he absolutely had to have was who? Judge Jeanine. What's her office? U.S. Attorney for D.C. I don't know who's doing it. I can't imagine Trump is doing this by himself. But whoever he has in his office, whoever the people are who are game planning this as a team, we need to give them big stars. Like, oh my God, y'all did this while everybody was freaking about going home. We won. We won. We didn't give him what he wants. And now you're sitting here just like everybody else watching everything unfold today going, oh shit. How many times are they going to be the Keystone Cops? How many times are they going to fall on it thinking they're doing something and they're not doing anything?
Very clear that he's going to take the action necessary to secure the city of Washington for the people who live here, for all the American people and all who visit here. It's our capital city. It is more violent than Baghdad. It is more violent than parts of Ethiopia, parts of many of the most dangerous places in the world. It's really shocking if you actually look at the graph that has been shown comparing parts of some of the most dangerous failed states in the world compared to D.C. D.C. is more violent, and so he's going to do what's necessary to make sure our nation's capital is safe for all Americans.
So that was broadcast yesterday when he was walking around. Did they not? He's not considering. He's going to do what's necessary. And he compared it to war zones. And he responded like it is a war zone. They came in with overwhelming force and they took over Washington, D.C. And there's not a Democrat in the House or Senate that right now can even say anything. It's done. just like that. And I'm like, this guy's too much. Simply amazing. Washington, D.C. at this point is under the power of the President of the United States. Let's see, did I have anything to show you about that too as well? Because, oh no, we still got a whole bunch more. This is other stuff I was going to tell you about, but it just keeps coming, So here's what President Trump had to say, and I love what he just did, which pretty much reinforced what I just told you. Ready? Watch this. Edward, the crime situation in Washington, just like our southern border where zero illegals, will be a safe place very soon. Thank you for your bravery and heart. Stay tuned. Now, Edward, is he talking about Ed Martin? I don't know. But what he referred to was a post. Oh, Edward. This is the Edward. He was talking about the big balls. So he was actually talking. He tweeted posted two big balls. Edward Constantine, I believe his name is, the situation in Washington. And he tells people, I'm doing it. But this is what he copied or reposted 2 days ago. So he told people 2 days ago, it's coming. And he put this long thing, and he goes, if this continues, I am going to exert my powers and federalize this city. Make America great again. So he posted that 2 days ago, and they didn't do anything. Okay, boys, roll the trucks. Everything he tells you is coming, is going to come, and you're not going to know at what hour he comes. And I don't mean to be biblically with anything with that, but he's showing everybody, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to do this and that. It's incredible. Let me take a few comments on this. We love you, Trump. But see, David, a lot of people, including me and stuff, we used to say 5D chess. It's no longer chess. I'm gonna take your king. He's telling people. When you play chess, you don't tell anybody. He's calling his shot. He's going out there and saying, yeah, in 2 days, yeah, you got to clean this mess up or else. Oh, you didn't do it? Oh, guess what? You get the or else. That's not even chess. He is telegraphing what he's going to do. And he's telling world leaders, you got until this day because, I don't know, something might happen if you don't do something. Which, by the way, now he's got to go meet Putin. He told Putin, yeah, you got a few days, bro. I make fun of it because he's calling his shots. And he's got so much cachet, so much credibility at this point. I wouldn't dare him. I wouldn't call him on it. Iran, we saw that. We're seeing it. Oh, wait till I show you the rest. We're not even done yet of stuff that just happened today. And so as you see even today, if you put today in that line of stuff that he's called his shot on, literally, who dare think at this point that this guy's not serious? I can tell you, what's her name? Liz Cheney, Adam Kissinger, all of them at this point have to be pooping biscuits. they're like, oh man, he's coming for us. Yeah, he's coming for you. Imagine, every movie that you've ever seen where you know that somebody's put a hit on somebody. It's coming. Whatever happened to all the vehicles that rolled in for the military parade? Yeah, exactly. Putin, you better do something. Big Wall should be considered for his heroic action. I'm sure he's getting hate mail from the left. Sure. SV says Putin refuses Rome as Italy as location for Trump's meeting with he and Zelensky. I think what Putin had said that he wanted to do it in Saudi or UAE. That's where he wants to go. Yeah, he's like Larry Bird calling his shots. He sure is. They screwed up. They screwed up when they raided Mar-a-Lago. They really screwed up when they took a shot at him. And I've always wondered from people on the media and everywhere else, what would you do personally if someone took a shot at you or any one of your loved ones? Would you just, that's okay, don't worry about it. Seriously, what action would you take if someone took a shot at you, tried to kill you on national television? This wasn't some snuff out, in a closet somewhere. They waited till he got on stage on national television and they tried to blow his head off and have a pink mist in front of the world. What would you do? And then, to add to that, what would you do if you had the power to seek retribution? See, a lot of people have been hurt, a lot of people have been offended, a lot of people have been attacked, but they didn't have the resources or wherewithal to exact revenge. And what you're seeing now is a president, a man who has, how can I say this? He has the power, he has the resources to take revenge, and here's one other thing that he has. He has your support. See, every one of us who voted for President Trump, we're like, get him. See, that's one thing that lacks a lot of people. Somebody punches me in the face, whether I punch that person back in the face or not, it's just, me or Rob, and it's not 75 million people going, you better go punch him. In fact, when you punch him, start kicking him upside the head too. No, that's not what people say. He's got 77 million people, probably more, who saw them take an attempt on his life, saw them try to kill him, and all of us are like, do what you need to do. So, as I just said, I'm just checking this at the White House here, as I just said, so if you had all that power and the resources and whatever means, and you had the support of basically everybody to go ahead and get that revenge, what would you do? I think I know the answer to that question already. So, and I had all that. The Moose Shadow goes, and I had all that power? They better run. They better run. Exactly. And so when all the people who were talking about Pam Bondi isn't going to do anything, and I'll believe it when I see it and all that crap, and I'm like, did you not just see what transpired over the last year or two? Forget 2016. Forget 2020. Did you not just see what happened over the last 18 months? How far ago was July? Even July was, what, 7, 8, a year ago. Did y'all not see all that? And people are like, nothing's going to happen. Marcus says, easy answer. Yeah, absolutely. Karma is a bitch. Exactly. I think the raid was worse than the shot because not only was it hit against him, but his wife, and he must protect her. Now, the thing was, they weren't there. It would have been even worse if Melania was there at Mar-a-Lago, but she wasn't there. So, even though Robin wouldn't like the fact that somebody came to the door and rustled through everything, it's different if she was sleeping. It's different if she had been there. Oof, man. Oh yeah, Barry, don't forget, today is Friday, and what will happen to the Texas Democrats? Yeah, depending on what Robin's plans are, that's why I was possibly going to do something tonight. Possibly, that I would be able to cover that. If not, that'll be tomorrow. Let's see here. Seeing use in court, smiling, and getting life. Bye. Bye. All right, so let me continue because we got about 19 minutes before he's supposed to begin. And again, there's still more. If everything you've heard thus far isn't a whole lot, there's more here for you. Okay, here we go.
President Trump signs an executive order holding bank companies accountable for alleged discrimination against conservatives. A draft of this order also directs bank regulators to investigate whether any of these financial institutions like J.P. Morgan Chase or Bank of America may have violated the Equal Credit Opportunity Act or consumer financial protections laws. Now, this new order threatens to fine lenders that drop their customers for political purposes, and those found guilty of such practices could be subject to financial penalties, consent decrees, or other disciplinary measures. This executive order comes as many Americans claim they were debanked by their lenders for political purposes. For example, business owner Dr. Joseph Mercola claims his Chase bank accounts were suddenly terminated without explanation after his vocal criticism of the COVID vaccine. The Heritage Foundation also claims this debanking phenomenon under former President Biden hit the crypto world hard as well, alleging the SEC unleashed multiple investigations with the intent to threaten or force innovators and investors out of the space. Even President Trump admitted his bank was terminating his account during the 2020 election.
I had many accounts loaded up with cash. I was loaded up with cash, and they told me, "I'm sorry, sir. We can't have you. You have 20 days to get out."
Even First Lady Melania Trump claims in her memoir that her longtime bank terminated her account and her son Barron was denied the opportunity to open a new one. While CEOs Moynihan and Diamond insist they don't discriminate or debank.
We have 70 million customers and we're happy to serve anybody.
We don't debank people because of their political, religious affiliations.
What's your message?
But there are a lot of things that can be fixed, and we should fix them.
Many feel that trust could be restored due to this executive order.
Oh, we don't debank anybody. You sure about that? Now, as you saw the clip from Monica, that was February of this year. Here we are 5 months later, and President Trump once again gave them the opportunity. I'm coming for you. Tell me what you're going to do, how you're going to fix this. These people here better be watching. When I say here, I'm talking about, well, we know Elon fixed X for the most part, but here at YouTube, they're still having issues with people who, want to cut you off and demonetize you and things of that nature, and you have to make sure you color within the lines and all that kind of stuff. So he's, again, hey, listen, I'm going to do it, and bam, he does it. Just that fast. And so Monica mentioned, and I want to show you guys in case you guys want to go look it up. Again, there's a wealth of information on whitehouse.gov. This is the fact sheet. President Donald Trump guarantees fair banking for all Americans. They're going to prohibit politicized or unlawful debanking. Today, President Trump signed an executive order to ensure that the federal regulators do not promote policies and practices that allow financial institutions to deny or restrict services based on political beliefs, religious beliefs, or lawful business activities. There's no reason why you should lose your bank account simply because of what you believe politically or religiously. And that's what this new order is. The order directs the federal banking regulators to remove reputational risk and other equivalent concepts. Okay, interesting. As you read this, I'm not going to read the whole thing because as you can see, it's quite long. I just wanted to show you guys where it is. But what you're going to see when you go over here and read this yourself is almost a disclosure as to what they've been doing. When you write in, this is now not allowed, it means that is what they were doing. So when you see stuff like this, and I read this, I'm like, you're going to have to remove reputational risk and other equivalent concepts. What the hell is a reputational risk? We don't like that kind of stuff. Your reputation precedes you. You're one of those MAGA people. You're going to have to remove it? Oh, that means you were doing it. What the hell? See, that's what Jamie Dimon says. We weren't just, doing anything conservative. No, you had something called reputational risk. You applied it to everybody, but you assigned the risk lower for Democrats. So it looks like you're applying it to everybody, but you put the risk assessment, because anyone knows what a risk assessment is. You look at a hurricane that's coming on, well, it's a Cat 1, it's a Cat 2. Cat 1s aren't that bad. Democrats were Cat 1s. Oh, you MAGA people, you were Cat 5s, but we applied the same rule to everybody. Everybody had a category. It was a risk assessment. No, yeah, you can't do it. So you're going to have to go ahead and remove that reputational risk thing. Whatever the hell that was. Like this one. The order instructs SBA to require all financial institutions subject to its jurisdiction to make reasonable efforts to reinstate clients and potential clients previously denied services. So now all the people who couldn't get bank accounts, you're going to have to work hard to get them back reinstated. Well, why did they get debanked? Oh, that's because of the risk assessment. They had red hats, or in my case, they were selling red hats. And it goes on and on and on. And there's some penalties in here. The order requires regulators to review financial institutions for past or current policies encouraging this thing. All right, so you remember the other day when he was talking about banks, and he was making a speech. And he goes, the one thing banks fear more than anything else. You guys remember what he said? Remember what he said? What do banks fear? He said it to you in the speech, if you were listening. Regulators. So he's going to send the very people that they're afraid of. Regulators. Remember, he made a big thing about it. Oh, maybe there's one thing that they fear more. It might be their wives, but regulators is what all the banks really fear. Now you know. And again, you can see this yourself. Read it. I just wonder sometimes how many people actually go read these documents when they get posted on whitehouse.gov, because it's all right there. I could do entire news shows just going over the documents that get filed. There's so much information just on whitehouse.gov that, and they try to write it in as plain a way as possible so people can see it. And this is the actual executive order. So that was the fact sheet. The fact sheet are bullet points, and here's the entire executive order, which is, he mentions Bass Pro Shop, he mentions the January 6th. Everything's in here. Look out. So just go back and read it all, because you can see all the things he's talking about right there. It's a whole lot of stuff. Again, they had advance notice. They chose not to. All right, let me just check where we are. Make sure President Trump hasn't begun doing anything. No, the guy from Azerbaijan hasn't even got there yet. All right, let's continue with Retribution Friday.
Fentanyl, heroin, meth, and other lethal drugs are pouring across our wide-open border, stealing hundreds of thousands of beautiful American lives, and it's happening like never before in our history.
All right. The theme here is he keeps telling people what's going to come, and then he's doing it. What you're watching right now is a campaign video on his website. On his website, he did videos that were basically showing everyone what his agenda was. No secret. No secret whatsoever. So this was stuff from way back, probably, I don't know, April, May of 2024. He put a video out. Here's what's coming. You guys better watch out. This might be bad for you.
Children are being left without parents. Families are being ripped apart. Communities are being decimated. Our neighbors and fellow citizens are having their entire worlds destroyed. Destroyed like nobody thought possible. Our country is being poisoned from within by the drugs and by all of the other crime that's taking place. The drug cartels are waging war in America, and it's now time for America to wage war on the cartels. In this war, Joe Biden has sided against the United States and with the cartels. They are making more money than they've ever made before, times 10. There's never been anything like it. They're major, major companies. They're bigger than even some of our biggest companies. Biden's open border policies are a deadly betrayal of our nation. When I am president, it will be the policy of the United States to take down the cartels, just as we took down ISIS and the ISIS caliphate, and just as, unlike the situation we're in today, we had a very, very strong border, the strongest border, in fact, in the history of our country, and drugs were at a low of 45 years. There's been nothing like what we did just 2 years ago. We will show no mercy on the cartels. Every day.
You're hearing this. We will. When I am president, we will show no mercy on the cartels. Again, the man is calling his shot like Babe Ruth. He's pointing out at the wall of the stadium, and he's getting ready to take one out. I've never seen anybody who does what he's been doing in terms of calling his shot. At this point, all of his adversaries should be going back and looking at all his old videos, because now you know what's coming. Now you understand what he's going to do. And if you haven't seen today what he did about this, well, that's about to show you that too.
Drug traffickers are using the waters of our region to ship their lethal poisons to America, killing so many of our people and ruining families. In addition to restoring strong border security, I will deploy all necessary military assets, including the U.S. Navy, to impose the full naval embargo on the cartels. I did that before, and it worked. What we did was incredible. We will guarantee that the waters of the Western Hemisphere are not used to traffic illicit drugs to our country. Furthermore, I will order the Department of Defense to make appropriate use of special forces, cyber warfare, and other overt and covert actions to inflict maximum damage on cartel leadership, infrastructure, and operations.
If you, maybe that's why they didn't want him to win. Maybe this is why they took a shot at him in July. He flat out told you, here's what's coming. And I'm sure everyone's like, he can't do all that. Okay, you sure now, huh? Mm-hmm. If you have not gone to the website and look at all these videos and all his pillars of what he said he's going to do, it will open your eyes at this point. You're like, oh, it's coming, isn't it? Oh, it's here. It's no longer coming. He waited for Friday afternoon to drop a motherload of stuff. Let's continue to listen to what he has to say.
We'll designate the major cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We will sever their access to global financial systems. I will also work to forge an unprecedented partnership with neighboring governments in our region, just like I did in Mexico. And remember, in Mexico alone, an estimated 100,000 civilians have been tragically murdered or gone missing at the hands of these cartels. The Mexican government, run by a very fine man, the president, is really working hard, but it's not working out. These cartels are vicious and they're violent, and they have Mexico for now stymied. Well, we have to help Mexico, and we have to stymie the cartels. Either we will get the full cooperation of other governments to stop this menace, or we will expose every bribe, every kickback, every payoff, and every bit of corruption that is allowing the cartels to preserve their brutal reign. And it is...
Did you hear that? See, unless you went through this whole 4-minute video that he's talking about, there are probably people sitting back who have never heard this and went, oh, seriously, are you going to do what? We're going to expose all of you, every country. And so, Barry, why do you think this happened today? Let me just push that back. I want you guys to hear this again.
Cartels. Either we will get the full cooperation of other governments to stop this menace, or...
All right, let me stop there. Either we will get the full cooperation of other governments to stop this, or this is what's going to happen. So as President Trump somehow has become the peacemaker around the world. I posted this as my thumbnail. He's become the peacemaker. Democrats used to be for peace. The Democrats used to be a party that, imagine you know heaven, peace, the sit-ins. They were the party of peace. And now this guy's actually bringing peace, and they're freaking out. When he foretold what he was going to do. If you're another country and you're enabling this stuff, and remember what enabling might be. It may be as simple as you're hiding their money. They have places that they stay or they stash around the world. Notice all of a sudden, USAID money gets shut down. And then all of a sudden, all these countries, hey, let's make a deal. Let's have some peace. Hey, who's meeting today? Wait a second. Let me see something. I want to see who these countries are. It's Armenia and Azerbaijan. I will be the first to admit, I could not point to Azerbaijan on a map. I probably guess at Armenia. I think it's around Greece somewhere. But I don't know where Azerbaijan is. You put up a map and don't label it, I couldn't tell you. Could you point out Azerbaijan? Could you point out Armenia? Did you even know that Azerbaijan and Armenia were fighting? Did you even care? Why would we care that Azerbaijan and Armenia were fighting? Have you thought about that? It's like I can't point these countries out on a map, and I could give two shits whether or not they're blowing each other up as long as we're not paying for it. Why do we care that these two countries are now coming here to announce their peace? Why do we care that two countries in Africa were killing each other for years, and now they've came over and said, yeah, we're going to stop. We're not going to kill each other. Why do you think that's happening? Because President Trump stepped in, or is there something else going on? Why are all these countries coming in and go, yeah, no more fighting. Yep, you're right. No, we're done fighting. How you doing? Love you. Why is that? One, the money. Two, whatever was traveling back and forth between these countries is no longer going to be traveling. Three, obviously the big one is you can't sell to America. But I don't know the last time I bought anything from Azerbaijan, so I'm not sure that's a big importer. So there has to be something else. And one of the biggest things that has moved internationally, in addition to drugs, is what? Kids. Women. Even young boys. What we may be seeing behind the scenes is a piece of a different sort, where he's gone in or had people go over and go, no more. No more. Because of what he says right here.
Will expose every bribe, every kickback, every payoff, and every bit of corruption that is allowing the cartels to preserve their brutal reign. And it is...
I'm going to tell everybody everything. When I heard that, I literally got chills because I'm thinking, why would we care about Azerbaijan and Armenia? Well, they may have some minerals or something, but I saw that. We're going to expose it all. If you guys are running railroads and you're shipping kids and shipping women over here and over there, could that possibly be? I don't know. I don't think any of us knows, but you got to admit it's kind of weird that all these countries are coming in and kissing the ring all of a sudden. And that one country, South Africa, he came in, he didn't kiss the ring all at once, and he got spanked in the Oval Office. Now you're going to get on your knees and kiss the ring, or you're going to get the hell out of here, and I'm not even giving you lunch. Damn. Everybody watched that and went, damn. Damn. Did he just do that on television? Yeah, he did. And piece by piece by piece around the country, around the world, he's walked over and said, you're going to do what's right, or we're going to I have to whip out my belt. And, Iran, boom. There's only one left, basically. It's not Putin. They're going to have to figure out what they're doing with Netanyahu. We'll get to that. But other than that, Syria, they're all getting put in order. How could have there been never another president who was able to put all these people in their place and get them to come to Washington and go to the Oval Office and bend the knee? What did he have on these countries? What have we had on them for years? We'll never know. And if we listen to what Dan Bongino said and some of the things that he said in that cryptic tweet, maybe we should know. But you have to wonder at this point, what did they have on all these people? These leaders of other countries coming in, all of a sudden, within 7 months of him being president, going, yes, Donald, yes, 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 shake the hand. I want you to remember that.
Indeed, brutal. Finally, as I have said before, I will ask Congress to pass legislation ensuring that drug smugglers and human traffickers receive the death penalty.
I will ensure that traffickers of all sorts will receive the death penalty. This was, again, I think this was maybe April or May of last year. And I just see the parallel. You know, people just don't acquiesce. People just don't all of a sudden, you know, find Jesus this way.
Cartels and their allies in the Biden administration have the blood of countless millions on their hands. Millions and millions of families and people are being destroyed. When I'm back in the White House, the drug kingpins and vicious traffickers will never sleep soundly again. We did it once, and we did it better than anybody else. There's never been a better border than we had just 2 years ago. It was strong, it was powerful, and it was respected all over the world. And now we're laughed at all over the world. And we're not going to let that happen much longer. We have to take over. We have to be tough. We have to be smart. We have to be fair. But if we don't do something immediately, our country is gone.
I want you to look at
the... Oh, yeah, this guy, he's just running for a campaign. Blah, 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 blah. Orange man just talking. Yeah, that's all he was doing.
Contraband that's in front of me. We have right in 20 kilograms of fentanyl that's in front of me on this table. That's enough to kill 10 million people. And here out of this office, this was interdicted just days ago here in Illinois. And because these federal officers have been out on the streets picking up criminals and dangerous individuals, we were able to take this 20 kilograms of fentanyl off the streets and save over 10 million lives. They're also keeping these weapons out of the hands of criminals that would use it to rob and assault and to murder individuals in these communities. Unfortunately, all of the politicians that have spoken out against their efforts, their desire appears to be that they would like to have more of this on their streets. More drugs out there for their kids and families to be victimized. More guns out there committing crimes. That is not the work that we do in ICE. The work that we do is to protect people and make sure that we remove these weapons and drugs off of our streets and hold those criminals accountable who would go forward and continue to use that to harm individuals.
Today, the Department of Justice and State Department are announcing a historic $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Maduro uses foreign terrorist organizations like TDA, Sinaloa, and Cartel of the Suns to bring deadly drugs and violence into our country. To date, the DEA has seized 30 tons of cocaine linked to Maduro and his associates, with nearly 7 tons linked to Maduro himself, which represents a primary source of income for the deadly cartels based in Venezuela and Mexico. Cocaine is often laced with fentanyl, resulting in the loss and destruction of countless American lives. The DOJ has seized over $700 million of Maduro.
Okay, I wanted you to stop there because there are actually people bitching on X about putting out a $50 million reward. Why are they spending $50 million to bring in this guy? Well, before I get into all that, let me just tell you, if you were listening, we're not paying for it. They seized $700 million of his money. Boats, yachts, planes, trains, and automobiles. $700 million of his money. And they're going to spend $50 million to bring him in.
linked assets, including 2 private jets, 9 vehicles, and more. Yet Maduro's reign of terror continues. He is one of the largest narco traffickers in the world and a threat to our national security. Therefore, we've doubled his reward to $50 million. Under President Trump's leadership, Maduro will not escape justice and he will be held accountable for his despicable crimes. If you have any information to bring this criminal to justice, call 1-202-307-4228 or go online.
There's people that are cooking Maduro's food. There are drivers that are driving Maduro around who are like, what? What's that number, bro? 1-800-catch-a-fool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm right. He's right. I just dropped him off at the McDonald's. Yeah. He's right here. Yeah. 50 million. Yes. 50 million? This guy won't be able to take a poop. Because at that point, while he's pooping, somebody's going to be dropping dime on him. $50 million on his head. Notice she didn't say that leads to the conviction. Often you hear rewards, they will say, $50 million for your information that leads to the arrest and the conviction. No, just bring it. Just tell us where he is. You get $50 million just to locate him. I wish I had a GPS on his car. 50 million? How many people in Venezuela, in poor-ass Venezuela, do you think there are that are going to be like, oh, we got to dial this up, $50 million. Whew. Wow. And this is all, that was last night. So all this is culminating right now. I feel like I said, it's like the Red Wedding. It's like Michael Corleone's baptism. All this stuff is happening. He's whacking the world. Y'all took a shot at me. I'm coming for all of you. I'm putting a $50 million bounty on your head. How are you going to hide? 50 million? Yeah, you better not piss anybody off at that point. Where are you going to hide? There's no hiding. Here's what they was posted by Drano. Trump designated cartels as terrorists in executive order. Then the DOJ offered $50 million to find Venezuelan President Maduro, one of the biggest drug traffickers in South America. Now we learn Trump ordered the DOD to use special forces to take out the cartels. Oh, did I forget to tell you that one? This one. Here comes something else. Breaking. President Trump has signed a directive for the Pentagon. No, this isn't the Department of Justice now. No, we went way beyond Department of Justice. Trump has signed a directive for the Pentagon to use military force against the foreign drug cartels. Mexico and Venezuela have refused to fight the cartels for far too long, so President Trump is taking unilateral action. Wow. And here's more on the actual directive. President Trump has secretly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against certain Latin American drug cartels that his administration has deemed a terrorist organization, per the New York Times. Let's see if this New York Times article has a paywall, and if it doesn't, we can look at that. And just to give you an idea, what I talked about earlier, when I said President Trump, his time schedule, 2:30, we were supposed to be seeing him with the president of one of these countries, and it's 2:30 right now, and we got nothing. There's nothing happening as of yet. Let me just check over here on the other monitor. 1 second. Hold on. Nope, nothing yet. So, don't know what's going on. But in any event, let's go ahead and see if we can't look at this article a little bit. And this article defines what actions are being taken against the cartels. Of course, Maggie Haberman is one of the articles. You guys must recognize who Maggie Haberman is, but she's one of the people who wrote this article. Trump has secretly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against certain Latin American drug cartels. I guess it's not too secret if you're posting it in the New York Times, is it? Decision to bring military into the fight is the most aggressive step so far in the administration's escalating campaign against the cartels. It signals Mr. Trump's continued willingness to use military forces to carry out what has primarily been considered a law enforcement responsibility to curb the flow of fentanyl and other illegal drugs. This order provides an official basis for the possibility of direct military operations at sea and on foreign soil against cartels. U.S. militaries have started drawing up options for how the military could go after the groups. Trust me, if you're writing about it, they already have the plans. They're not drawing up their options. That's pretty stupid of you to say. The New York Times is printing something. You can best believe it is not an option drawing session right now. Everything is already in place. They know what they're going to do. Again, this is another thing they're telling everybody, get ready. We're going to be coming at you. We're going to be doing these things. Now, what are you going to do? What's your response going to be? It's way too late for you to think that they're just trying to figure out what they're going to do. That's not it at all. Not it at all. I know my sound's back on. Barry, what happened to no new wars if Trump is a peacemaker? Why is he starting a war with the cartels around the world? Nice try. Nice try, Damon. It's not a war. The part that you left out is they have been doing the war. They have executed the war. They have been at war with us. In other words, let me just define what this actually is for you. It's FAFO. It's don't start nothing, won't be nothing. That's what's happening. Man, sometimes you guys need to really think before you come out with something like that. That's why sometimes I have no patience for people. You think you got him by not being a war. You know, why is he going to start a war? He's not starting a war. He's ending a war. Come on, people. When you put up stuff like that and I happen to see it, I'm going to call you on it. Oh, you know, what happens to no new wars if Trump is a peacemaker? That's exactly what a peacemaker is supposed to do. End it. Sometimes, if you have to end a fight, you have to get in the fight and kick some ass. Or are you saying you've never been in a fight? Because having been in fights, to end it, sometimes somebody has to come in with a bigger hammer and take care of business. There wouldn't be any intervention if you already weren't doing something wrong. Are you paying attention with all the fentanyl and stuff that's been happening? Are you watching what Mexico has done to America for the last, 20 years? Have you missed all that? Unfortunately, we had an administration who just laid down, who never decided they wanted to fight. They acquiesced. They bent themselves over backwards to appease the fentanyl moving, the trafficking moving. And personally, if it involves kids, I don't care if we drop nukes. To me, that's peaceful. Oh, you want to keep, trafficking children and women and little boys, huh? Okay. Yeah, do whatever you need to do. Do whatever you need to do. And I'd love for you or any other lib out there to tell me you don't want to stop trafficking. Wow. Exactly. Yeah. The cartels have been in coalition with the Democrats to wage war in America. It's amazing to me. How can people not realize we've been under attack? Go drive through Kensington and Philadelphia and look at the zombies. Those are casualties of war. When you look at some of these people in these areas who've been affected by all these drugs, those are casualties of war. How do people not realize that? You think that just happened? Yes. some people in our government have been complicit. Doesn't mean there's any less than a war, an assault on the American people. It's got to stop. Let's see, it's not war, it's enforcing the laws. Exactly. Perry Damon Walker is ignorant. His remark is not seeing the whole picture. The drug cartels at war with America, killing our people, drugs and trafficking women and kids. Yeah, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. He gave him advance notice. Hey, when I get in office, you just saw the video. Hey, when I get in, I'm going to end all this stuff. I'm going to expose everybody. So I'm giving you fair warning. Stop. They chose to ignore it. So what is Trump supposed to do, according to the guy Damon? Just let it keep happening? Let these people just basically take what they want from America, including people? Whew. Wow. Oh, so sorry to hear that, Shecky. Shecky says her brother overdosed. Oh, man. Wow. Oof. Sorry to hear that. Central America would make for some great new U.S. states to vacation in. Yeah. What I also said during my microphone issue here was that looking at the video feeds and everything, President Trump, as I showed you, was supposed to come out and meet this person at 2:30. It is now 2:50 and there's no sign of him. So that's what I mean by you can't, it's very hard to basically do the scheduling, which then in essence, hold on, let me just pull up the rest of the schedule. Obviously, everything else will get pushed back. Let me bring this up. Let me push, where's Monica's post? That's the easiest one for me to get to and show you. Okay, so just to give you an idea, a furtherance of what I was referring to earlier during my somewhat of a rant. All right, so as of right now, it is 2:51. He was supposed to come out at 2:30 and talk to the president or prime minister or grand poobah, whatever, of Armenia. That isn't happened as of yet. So then at 3:10, the Grand Poobah of Azerbaijan was supposed to come out and talk to President Trump and do a signing. So we are at least, at this point, 25, 30 minutes behind schedule, and which means the 4:15 thing is going to be pushed to probably at least 5 o'clock or so. So we haven't even got to the first person yet, and we're already about 30 minutes behind. So this is the kind of thing you have to be fluid. So if I had planned on doing a show at 7 o'clock, I now know, hey man, you're probably not going to make 7 o'clock because we're not going to be done here until like 5:30, seeing how things are going right now. Unless these guys, I guess they're showing up, all the honor guard is there. Are we seeing the first person come yet? Nope, nobody coming up yet. I'll let you know. We'll cut to it because you know they always greet him at the door and he shakes hands and they take a picture. Then they go inside and do their thing. So as of right now, he hasn't even pulled up. So as soon as he pulls up, we'll obviously go right to it, and then we'll take it from there. So anyway, that being said, let's continue with what I was saying, and we'll catch it as soon as the guy comes in. All right, so next segment I can go to, and I will be watching closely here to make sure we don't miss anything should it happen. But I'm not even seeing people walk out to the yard yet, so we're a ways behind. All right, let's look at what the media has been doing over the last couple of days or so. It's kind of crazy what they've done. Here we go.
58 House Democrats have recently voted to advance articles of impeachment.
Impeach him first and then indict him.
Yes, the president, a sitting president, can be indicted.
Even if the president were to
somehow find some way to terminate Mueller, the indictments would continue to grind.
You could impeach anybody on anything. You can try and indict.
He is not functioning as the president of the United States. Frankly, if he ever gets indicted, he'll have insanity as a defense, I suppose, from a criminal charge. But it's hardly, this is a serious matter.
You're starting to hear people talk about the possibility that Donald Trump leaves office in 2 years and then finds himself in the crosshairs of these New York prosecutors.
This sitting president can and should be indicted.
The president, there for sure, is more than likely going to serve some jail time.
I'll come back to that and restart, but the Azerbaijan president, or Armenian president, has now arrived.
President Trump, share your message to persecuted Christian Armenians. Mr. President Trump, do you have a message for persecuted Christian Armenians, sir?
I don't know why they ask questions. That's not the part where he's going to answer any questions. They're going to just go inside now, and now they're going to have the meeting. So normally at about 5 minutes after the guy has now arrived, they'll go ahead and turn on the feed of them having their meeting inside. So with that being said, let me go back to the charade of how these people in the media were basically... You can see now, when you see these recap stories, you can see where they've been talking for years and years and years and years, saying Trump was this, Trump was that. They were part of the conspiracy. Now they're stuck. There's nothing they can do because they can't erase what they've done. And people who have any sort of a functioning brain, maybe not that guy Damon, but people who actually have brains can look at this and go, so you were lying for 8 years. Yes, you were.
Clear that Trump is the target and he'll be indicted eventually.
On the day Donald Trump leaves office, the Justice Department may indict him.
Now there is talk of jail time for the president.
That Mueller could indict the president for obstruction of justice.
Donald Trump should be indicted for calling a cooperating witness a rat.
He should have been indicted.
The sitting president can be indicted by the Justice Department.
Why aren't we at the target, Trump, having committed crimes to get the presidency? So why aren't we at an indictment yet?
I think there's generally consensus the president has probably committed indictable crimes.
It's very strongly in favor of indicting the president when he is out of office.
That there may be enough evidence to indict Trump.
Is Donald Trump going to be indicted?
Maybe it'll happen. Maybe he'll go to prison. Will you ever see the inside of a prison cell?
DA could get a ham sandwich indicted. Hey, listen, Trump's the Big Mac.
Even if Donald Trump himself is not ever indicted, there is another way that prosecutors can actually indict the entire Trump org.
We hope that the Attorney General sees the importance of moving ahead with this indictment, moving ahead with locking Steve Bannon up.
The whole enchilada, the whole company, indicted by next week.
Why not pursue it and see what happens?
Merrick Garland, if you indict Trump, you'll be my person of the year. Of the decade.
The only thing worse than indicting him would be not indicting him.
Would be folly not to indict them.
Donald Trump is an ordinary citizen and is committing crimes right now.
I like the idea of Mark Meadows going to jail for the rest of his life, but I still think that the committee has laid out that the person on top of all of this, in charge of all of this, doing all of this, was Donald Trump.
I think now for him not to indict, frankly, would cause this country more harm than even if he indicts and there's a hung jury or not a successful conviction.
I think there should be no case in which they wouldn't indict.
I don't think we should be treating him the way other ex-presidents were treated.
I think the extent of what Donald Trump's done is so egregious that no attorney general, no fair-minded attorney general would have any choice.
According to The Atlantic, Garland is preparing to indict Trump despite moving at the cautious pace of an institutionalist.
The only reasons Trump hasn't been indicted by now is because he's a former president and because he has hand-picked judges on his side.
Accountability for some people means that we get a pound of flesh from Donald Trump and that he ends up behind bars.
Don't you think it's about time for special counsel Jack Smith to just indict Trump?
And would such a move take
Trump off the campaign trail.
Is this the charge you would want him to be indicted on? Would a January 6th DOJ indictment? We shouldn't look at it.
They spent, and I put that together because I wanted you to see, in case somebody didn't know, they've spent years gaslighting the American people. Years. We're not talking just 2022, 2023. They've been gaslighting America since 2016, 2017. He's got to go to jail. The entire Trump organization needs to go to jail. Every one of those faces, many of them, though, have been getting kicked off of the network. One by one, they're starting to fall by the wayside because they're full of crap. And I see more coming. It has to be. I bet you Kimmel may go down. I bet you Morning Joe may go down. They're all propagandists. They knew. I just wonder, when they see those kind of compilations, do they sit back themselves and go, yeah, I remember that. I was lying my ass off. And I also wonder if people on the left look at those compilations and have any sort of clarity and go, really? Really? You've been saying the exact same thing? You've been parroting all this stuff for 7 or 8 years? Oh, we got him now. The walls are closing in. Huh? Every single day, all of you, we all saw it. And we're like, what is wrong with these people? How are they just making stuff up and just saying? And the problem is, to this day, they haven't stopped. They're falling right into President Trump's hands. At this point, they should be talking about bake sales or something. Move on. Forget it. Try to hide it. What's the reason for continuing the conspiracy? If you're so far into it that you can't pull yourself out, talk about bake sales. Hey, it's football season. Do like a man on the street piece. Hey, who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl? Anything. What? I don't get it. You people have spent 7 years trying to denigrate him, try to brainwash the public, and now you're staring down the barrel of a double-barreled shotgun called Pam Bondi, and you're continuing with this stuff.
Is it anything other than a Russian disinformation operation? But even if you're open to it, the substance of it is still the story of Joe Biden loving his son as he struggled. And only Joe Biden looks good in hacked text messages. I mean, if anyone read some of what came out, they were messages to his son who was in rehab. And I think there are probably not a lot of people who look good in stolen communications that they have with a family member that are then peddled, as you said, by Rudy Giuliani. It's a Russian op. It doesn't work, and it's actually damaging to Donald Trump.
It's a Russian op, and it's actually damaging Donald Trump, and nobody looks good in stolen emails. Well, you can take my emails. There ain't nothing in there. I'm not talking about some of the crimes these people were talking about. They continue to just talk and talk and talk, and it just keeps going and going and going. And now what do? So now that very same person, Nicole Wallace, who supposedly was a Republican, then found a high-paying gig at CNN, now she's in a position where, oh my gosh, all this video is out there. And now you guys are making me report the truth?
Take us, Ken, exactly through what the Trump administration is trying to do here.
Well, that question can be answered on many levels, Chris. I think one thing that the Trump administration is trying to do is throw a bone to their supporters, many of whom believe legitimately in their hearts that people involved in the Biden and Obama administrations committed crimes and should be in prison. They believe.
It's a bone. That's all it is. He's wasting his entire presidency throwing you and me bones. The question that, Ken here, CIA Ken, if you guys ever watch Ken Delaney and he's deep in the deep state, he's their puppet, is why don't you see what's going on? Obviously he does. He's going to be someone who's probably called before a judge. Where did you get this information? Why was this said? And so now, here we go again. They're right back into deflection mode now. Now you people are idiots.
There's no evidence to support that. And in fact, what's happening here is quite troubling. You know, it doesn't take a lot of predication to open a criminal investigation. That's really not the significance of this. To me, the significance is that the administration leaked it, almost issued a press release to Fox News. That's not supposed to happen. It's fine for grand.
Did you just not watch? Did you just not watch a whole bunch of stuff that was leaked against President Trump, number one, and number two, there's a complicit cry that they use very often. That complicit cry is when they say there's no evidence, as if you are supposed to be the one the evidence needs to be submitted to. So the fact that he says that information, the fact that he just said there's no evidence, is meant specifically to gaslight everybody. There is no way you would have any evidence, and there's no way there's any person in their right mind would give you any evidence. It's going to be up to the grand jury to decide if there's evidence. And you can't really open a grand jury unless you give them evidence. So that in itself is a cover-up. Oh, there's no evidence. You mean no evidence that anybody gave you? That's how much of a moron these people are.
Juries to re-examine, in this case, this has been investigated ad infinitum, including by a special counsel appointed by Donald Trump. But it's not unheard of for people to take another look at a closed criminal investigation. What's unheard of is for that to be leaked. It's to embarrass people publicly. And also, just the fact that the investigation is going to cause people to have to pay legal fees.
There you go. There you go. Now they're worried about people having to pay legal fees. Not a single time did you ever ask if Michael Flynn and his family were going to incur legal fees. We shouldn't charge Michael Flynn. We don't want him to have to pay legal fees. Hey, Steve Bannon, how about you? Would you like to pay legal fees? If you don't want to, we won't charge you. Peter Navarro, what about you? You want to have legal fees? Nah. Okay, so we won't charge you. Paul Manafort, yeah, you want some legal fees? No, I don't want to have to pay any legal fees. Oh, tell MSNBC I don't want that and they won't get charged me. Sound incredulous to you? That he just said that on a network? Oh, these people are not going to have to pay legal fees. You damn right. I hope they pay at least as much as it cost Michael Flynn. I hope you have to pay at least as much as it cost Peter Navarro. And then I hope you have to do as much time or more than Peter Navarro and Roger Stone and Steve Bannon. And it doesn't matter what kind of regard you hold Steve Bannon at. The fact of the matter is, now it's your time. And you're complaining that people are going to have to pay legal fees.
Talk to FBI agents, perhaps appear before a grand jury, all of which, again, has been previously investigated by a special counsel, John Durham, appointed by Donald Trump. He looked exhaustively at all these issues, and it was very clear to everyone who watched that investigation that he would have charged anybody he thought violated the law, and he did not charge any of the main players. In fact, he didn't even address this whole issue of the intelligence community assessment on Russian interference in his
You're making the point why they should be investigating. You just said it. He didn't even address it. He didn't even bring it up. So you're on MSNBC. Did you ask yourself why he didn't bring it up? Why was this Durham annex set aside? Why did it not see the light of day? Why was it all covered up? Nope. They just got a full steam ahead. He didn't even cover it.
Report, even though he looked very closely at that issue. So there's a lot of questions here about what's happening, and a lot of people are looking at this and saying this is a real distortion of the criminal justice system, Chris.
Jonathan Lemires, this is extraordinarily stupid. It's extraordinarily stupid on so many counts. If you look at the timeline,
it's stupid. It's just completely stupid. No, what's stupid is your audience. Your audience that has to sit here and listen to you babble this crap when it's right here. It's in black and white. This isn't even supposition. This is stuff that people can actually read. Notice, if you will. MSNBC, CNN, CBS, NBC, ABC, they don't show anything. They're just telling everybody it's stupid. Well, what about this? There's documents out the wazoo. More came out today about Andy McCabe. What do you mean? Nobody is looking at this?
The timeline doesn't add up. It's like when Donald Trump is saying that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton created the Epstein files. No. That all happened during Donald Trump's first term. You look at the timeline here about what happened and when it happened. Barack Obama had nothing to do with this by anybody's accounts.
Anybody? I'm pretty sure Tulsi Gabbard is somebody. I'm pretty sure that Kash Patel. Pretty sure that Pam Bondi. I'm pretty sure it's not anybody. The superlative of using that word is trying to tell the people who are stupid enough to be watching Average Joe that nobody thinks this is a crime. So how are you going to explain it when it goes to a grand jury, and a grand jury that consists of a bunch of normal people say, yeah, there's evidence of a crime here? How are you going to explain it? Because now you just told nobody wants to see this stuff. It's nothing. Okay, then what are you worried about? Why is it news if Pam Bondi was making such a big mistake? Why is it news? Why is it a concern? Why would you even talk about it? Why is it so stupid? Doesn't matter if nothing's going to come from it. And you can't say they rigged a grand jury, because a grand jury is just regular people. See, Pam Bondi can't just decide to charge any of these people. She has to bring it to a grand jury. The grand jury is going to be looking at all this stuff. Not you, Joe. You're not on the grand jury. And at that point, that person on the grand jury is going to say, or those people, yep, they did something wrong. Then what are you going to report?
And especially by the Senate Republican Intelligence Committee run by Marco Rubio, who afterwards said that it was Donald Trump's 2016 campaign that created a, quote, grave counterintelligence threat to the United States of America. That was Marco Rubio, the current Secretary of State. That was every Republican on the Senate Intel Committee. After pouring through all of the documents, that's what they found. And when poor John Durham was...
See, when he's not telling you is what the stuff Marco Rubio and people did not see. That's the problem. And even Marco Rubio has come out and said, we weren't shown this. None of us were shown all this information. Remember where it was found. It was found in a burn bag. It was meant to be destroyed and never consumed by any American. Nobody saw it. They're not mentioning that. I only point this out so you guys understand how big the scam really is right now.
Made to sacrifice his professional career to go around the world investigating the investigators. He found nothing and ended up making a fool of himself. I mean, we even found out that the two documents that supposedly, fed into the Clinton conspiracy, that she was the one pushing this, actually was Russian disinformation. So
he's got to get rid of the Smith-Mundt Act. You gotta somehow use the FCC and the power of the FCC to rein this stuff in. If he doesn't do that, and Brendan Carr, the chairman of the SEC or director, if they don't do something with the Smith-Mundt Act and stop this, an entire side of the population is never, ever, ever going to be given the truth. And that includes somewhat about Fox News. See, if you're a news organization, you should be reporting the news. The news isn't you, Joe. The news is specifically all the information about the pending case. Not leaving stuff out like, did Marco Rubio know about all this? Nope. Did he know about the stuff in the burn bag? Nope. But they don't even say that. Don't even bring it up.
Again, they know in the Justice Department.
Some more news breaking this hour to tell you about. Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered a grand jury investigation into the so-called Russiagate conspiracy allegations made by the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. A senior Trump administration official confirms to NBC News. That investigation was first reported by Fox News. These are unsubstantiated and largely debunked allegations by the Trump...
Largely unsubstantiated and debunked. It's so smooth. If you're not listening, if you just have it on in a restaurant or something, and you just hear those words, oh, this is bullshit. Oh, it's largely unsubstantiated and debunked. By who? Her? Joe Scarborough? Tell me who it's largely unsubstantiated and debunked. Who did the debunking?
Administration that former President Barack Obama and his aides in the intelligence community ordered a probe into the 2016 Trump campaign's connections to Russia to ruin his chances of becoming president. The source tells NBC News that a letter signed by Pam Bondi instructs an unnamed federal prosecutor to begin presenting evidence to secure potential indictments, although it is unclear what the charges would be and exactly who the grand jury will be targeting. We'll stay on top of that story.
I'm sure she will. She looked like she had sat on a pineapple upside down. We'll stay up on this story, but there's no story. If it's unsubstantiated and debunked, then there's nothing to talk about. I love what President Trump said here.
The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, she's got a lot of interesting things happening in the last 2 months. A lot of interest. Keep it coming, Tulsi, keep it coming.
So the fact that President Trump took the end of yesterday's speech in front of the Purple Heart awardees and said that about Tulsi Gabbard, keep it coming. At this point, you should now know that he is telling you and foretelling and letting you know there's more coming. Why would you say that? Keep it coming, Tulsi. It means he knows there's more that he's already approved that she can release, and she's going to keep releasing it. And what should scare the hell out of them is that the fact that he's releasing information is the information he wants you to see. Information and papers and documents that he doesn't care if you can see, because it alludes to the fact that he's got more that they're not showing you, which has got to make their butts be tightening up. It has to make them realize we're in a noose. I don't mean like some Bubba Wallace racial noose. You're in a noose right now, and it's starting to tighten in on your neck, and there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing at this point these people can do is to run to CNN and say, I didn't do nothing. That's it. That's the extent. Well, you could also lawyer up. Start cutting checks to lawyers. That's what you can do. You can't even leave the country. You're already under surveillance. Your goose is cooked. And now it's just a matter of how this thing plays out. You are the proverbial lamb sitting in front of a lion. You're going to get eaten. Now it's just a matter of when he gets tired and he's going to just take you. There's nothing these people can do. I will continue to say that. There is absolutely nothing they can do. And the media really can't help them either. He's starting to dismantle all of that. What a time. What a time for us to be here at this point. All right, so I love this. I love the fact that I started the show by telling you, sometimes things go awry. Well, President Trump was supposed to come out at 2:30. It is now 3:15, and there is no sign on any of the feeds that something is yet about to happen. And so your fluidity and how you have to be able to keep moving is what makes the difference here. And that's why sometimes I'll say a certain time, but I don't know. I don't know what President Trump is going to do. So with that, perfect time to tell you guys about the red Trump knife, which you guys have seen. You guys seen me talk about it for quite some time. I love the product myself. Here it is. This is the Trump red knife. There's also another knife, but it's not in today's read. So let's talk about this. Let me talk to you guys about this knife here. Many of you have seen from Patriot Addict the Trump red knife. That's the Trump red knife right here. Good knife. A lot of people have gotten it and said they really like it. So they came out with a new product, and this new product is the Trump, there it is right there, the Trump Signature Blade. Pretty cool packaging, how they put this together. Knife is pretty much the same knife mechanically. It has all the same features, quick release and everything else that's got it. But the difference is it is painted differently. It's got 45, 47 on it. It's got flag. It's got a different aura to it. Most importantly, it's got a stencil on it where it's got President Trump's signature on the actual blade. And it's very, 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 very sharp. Sharper than the other one, I think. You can get this knife for free. All you've got to do is go to the QR code right here and order it up, and you will get it. And it is a special just for the fanfare community. Why are they doing it? Because you guys have been so good in helping them and helping this channel grow. They're offering this knife for free. Now the catch is, if there is a catch, is that you just have to pay for shipping. Shipping being about 14, 15 bucks or so. And that's it. No subscriptions. No ongoing fees, don't have to sign up for anything. Just go to the QR code right here and you can pick up this knife for just the cost of shipping. It regularly retails for 70 bucks, but that's all you do is pay the shipping and they'll get it out to you pretty quick. And trust me, just from all the different people who have written about it, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. Thanks guys from Patriot Addict for helping out with the show. All right, everybody. SV says he's got some breaking news for me. Thank you, SV. Let me go ahead and complete that. And let's see what the breaking news. As of yet, the second guy hasn't showed up. The Armenian guy has showed up, but the Azerbaijan guy isn't here yet. So looking at Monica's schedule, Monica had posted, it was online earlier, that the president greets the president of Azerbaijan. So now we're a little bit late behind that guy too. So as it comes up, we'll go ahead and cover it. Let me see what the information that SV has. I do have some breaking news of my own as well. I've got this one. The Democrats did not return to Texas by today's 1 p.m. Central Time deadline. It's time to remove them from office. The FBI is now assisting Texas in locating the absconded members and are working with sergeant-at-arms in other states to arrest them. Democrats will now no longer receive their paychecks and must pick them up at the Capitol where they'll be arrested. Gotta love that. Hit them where their pocketbooks are. Absolutely. Democrats, they're making a big mistake here. Big mistake. Let me see what SV sent me. SV says, this is a good one. So I'm going to save this one because I have something to talk about this woman. Never mind. I'm not going to say who she is, but I'm going to save that for a different segment here. Let me get to SV's breaking news. Oh, wait a minute. Now we got even more information on this. Then let me get to SV's news. And Ashley got some news. Man, you guys are on it. Let's see here. Whose is this? This from SV? Oh my God. Snap. Oh, damn. President Trump has just appointed Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent as the acting IRS commissioner. Okay, so why am I laughing like this? Because it's happening. That should tell you he's coming for the IRS. Howard Lutnick has been telling you for a year, tariffs. We were so rich, we didn't have an income tax. We were so rich, it wasn't until 1913 that they put in the IRS and the income tax. And now we got Scott Bessent. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is too much. Democrats, notice again. It's a Friday at the end of a week, and the Democrats aren't in town. Nobody's in town. He's having his Oh, let's see. SB's got another one for me here. Oh boy. President Trump has ordered all federal agencies to delete employees from the JAB statuses. They must also delete any records of jab, non-compliance, and exemptions. Finally, nobody should be discriminated against for refusing. Oh, they can't even cry. Hold on. We got the next guy finally showed up here. Hold on. You're not going to hear anything but the media screaming.
President Trump, sir, how confident are you there can be lasting peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan? Very confident. And does the deal today protect Christians? Thank you very much.
Okay, so both parties have arrived. It's 3:25. We have both parties on hand, so any minute now they'll go sit down, and when they sit down and do their pleasantries, they will indeed show us what's going on. But back to what's happening. Scott Bessent is now going to be the IRS commissioner. I just love that he did it on a Friday. It's almost like to say, you know what? F you. we're gonna do what we gotta do. Sorry about your luck. Oh, that's right. You're not in town, are you? Ashley, that was the same thing. You guys are both on it. Great job. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Eric Doherty just put this one up. This, man, it's coming. It's coming hard. The Texas House just revoked the derelict Democrat lawmakers' access to direct deposit. Oh, they can't get paid until they come back, and charging them $500 per day while they're gone. Genius. The FBI is also involved. The Democrats will not receive their paycheck until they go back to the House. Eventually, you will come back fighting back at the pocketbook. Trying to thwart this new congressional map was a bad move. It will. I'd say so. Oh wait, they got a video here. Let me download this and get this to you. Oh man, it feels like it's Christmas Eve. The stuff just keeps coming. Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. Let me bring this up so you guys can hear it. Oh boy. They cut off their direct deposit. And I hope they don't cut any deals with them. Screw you. You can't do it anymore. We're not going to play games with you. It's done. Hold on. I got a video for you to listen to here while we're waiting. Okay, here we go.
To safeguard taxpayer dollars and account for forthcoming liabilities under Rule 5, Section 3 of House Rules, which authorizes fines for members absent without leave, 30% of each quorum-breaking member's monthly operating budget will be reserved and made unavailable for expenditure. Absent members must also appear in person to approve or enact any of the following: requests for travel reimbursement, personal action requests, including those increasing or decreasing staff salaries, approval for newsletters and House of Reproduction services. Failure to appear in person will result in the cancellation of your newsletters and the encumbered funds. We have all hands on deck. We are continuing to explore new avenues to compel a quorum, and will keep pressing forward until the job is done. Finally, today, Dr. Greg Bonin will file House Bill 3, the House's priority legislation for flood recovery and infrastructure funding, developed after 25 hours of testimony from Texans whose lives were upended by the July 4th floods. To those in California, Illinois, New York, or Massachusetts, wherever you may be, hear this. The bill cannot be referred to committee without a quorum. Every hour you remain away is time stolen from those Texans in need. Each one of you knows that eventually you will come back, and we will pass the priorities of the special session on the call. But with each passing day, the political cost of your absence is rising, and it will be paid in full. For the members' presence, I expect everyone to be here on Monday at the absolute latest. DPS is in the field to execute these warrants. Should they lead to the civil arrest of our absent colleagues over the weekend, you are on call. You will need to be available to return to Austin with a minimum of 6 hours of notice. Members, the call of the House remains in force. Under House rules, the House may adjourn from day to day. While I will call the House to order in a pro forma session tomorrow at 11 a.m., unless you receive a call to be here tomorrow because of DPS's good work, I will provide written permission to be entered in today's journal for each member registered as present during the session to leave the chamber and return 1 p.m. Monday. Members present today do not need to return until at 1 p.m. Monday. Members present today do not need to return until Friday. Until Monday. Mr. Garrett moves the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. Saturday. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned.
All right. Well, this was the moment we were waiting for after those 50 Texas Democrat legislators left the state to block GOP efforts to redraw congressional lines. We know that last night, as we were just discussing, the Texas AG took legal action to enforce civil arrest warrants on those Democrats who fled to both Illinois and California. Senator John Cornyn says the FBI has also agreed to help state and local law enforcement on this issue to locate these rogue Democrats, but no quorum. Bill is the headline. Those Democrats did not show. So this political drama continues.
And now Republicans want to hit those Democrats in the pocketbook, right? We just heard the House Speaker, Dustin Burrows, there announcing that if these Democrats want to get paid, they're going to have to come pick up their paychecks in person. If the ones that have fled the state remain outstanding, they don't have access to direct deposit anymore. They said they're going to take away 30% of their operating budget. That will be held back. They talked about not getting travel reimbursements, cancellation of their newsletters. So they're going to go after the pocketbooks of these Democrats who are MIA right now. And that's on top of that $500 a day fine. And you.
It's funny watching some people in the chat who are watching what's happening, who are absolutely watching what's happening. They can see for themselves, and they still say nothing's happening. Okay, let me just tell you, because you're missing it. They're being chased down like dogs. They're gonna be arrested as soon as they are found. They can't get into their bank accounts. They're getting stripped from committees. They have no money or access to the monies on their committees. What's not happening? Sometimes I just don't get it. You're actually watching it happen. The guy just gavelled. He didn't say, hey, listen, you got to show up here on Monday, you got to show up here on Friday, and if you don't show up on Friday, we're just going to extend it. No, he said, if you don't come on Friday, we're going to start doing stuff. And then, oh my gosh, they started doing stuff. $500 a day fine. We took away your direct deposit. We took away your access to this, your access to that. They're chasing you around like dogs right now. I feel like it's Tommy Lee from The Fugitive. Every outhouse, doghouse, hen house, they're looking for them. These people are hiding. They're in hiding cover. The FBI and the Texas Rangers are looking at them. And I got people commenting saying, nothing's happening. Oh, nothing's happening. Oh, wow. This is Greg Abbott.
Sounds like maybe federal help at this point to do it. Like, how does this end?
The way it always does, and that is the Democrats always come back. It could be tomorrow, it could be next week, it could be next month. They're going to come back, or we'll be able to track them down. One way or the other, they're coming back, and it's going to end with these maps being passed. And, you know, what I'm thinking now is if they don't start showing up, I may start expanding it. We may make it 6 or 7 or 8 new seats we're going to be adding on the Republican side.
Yeah. The wall just got 10 feet higher.
You're watching a party that has no defense. The only thing they can do is try to muck up the waters and delay. There's no win here. There's nothing they can do. And maybe people are trolls. Hey, there's nothing going on. Nothing's happening. I'm like, have you ever tried to track somebody down who doesn't want to get tracked down because they don't want to get dragged back in handcuffs? Come on, people. You got to do better than that. You got to do better than that. All right, so we're waiting for the feed to come on so that we can hear President Trump announce whatever he's going to be announcing with the president of Azerbaijan and the prime minister of Armenia. I should have had a contest today. I'm like, can anybody point out where Armenia and Azerbaijan is? I got some more good news for you. Whew. It's only Friday at 3:30. We got more. Here come more. ABC is officially canceling The View. I don't know if that's true. I just thought that was funny that somebody put it out there because it's probably going to be true. It's probably going to be absolutely true. But I don't know if it has actually been canceled yet. But man, there's so much. I'm just going through stuff here and making sure I didn't miss anything to tell you guys about yet. No, but I think I got everything. We'll take some comments while we're waiting. What do we got here? More Sydney Sweeney stuff. All right, so let's take some comments. God, this is just too much. Who just texted me? Is that SB? This is beautiful. So happy to be to share this with all of you beautiful patriots. Smile. Have a good weekend because we are most assuredly.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
You see, I have to, Senate, the Congress, they're all on summer hiatus. The View is on summer hiatus. Everybody's on summer hiatus, except my wife. My wife is sending me reservations for dinner tonight. I don't even know where this place is. Oh, no, that's for tomorrow night, so we're good. That's tomorrow at 7:45. I guess it's date night. All right, let's see here. Greg Abbott says 7 or 8 more seats. I love it. It feels like Christmas Eve night at 10 years old. Yep, absolutely. Let's see. No, nothing on the screen as of yet. Nope. So just to let you know, we are at this point. Well, actually, he caught up. He caught up the schedule. At 4:15, he's supposed to be bringing out the trilateral signing. So we are at this point 40 minutes ahead of schedule. Or in 40 minutes, we're supposed to hear from him, which gives me a perfect time. You guys know Mary Rook from the Daily Caller. Mary and I sat down for an interview. I taped it, and so I'd have it ready when there would be time. It was a good interview, and so I'm going to play Mary's interview now, and if by chance he comes out before this is done, then I will definitely cut to it. Here's Mary Rook and myself. Hey everybody, I've got an interview for you today, and this is with Mary Rook from the Daily Caller. As you might remember, Mary's been on the show a couple times, I think. This is her X following, so if you'd like to go ahead and follow her, you go to @MaryRook_. She's a daily column and analysis for the Daily Caller. Hello, Mary. How are you?
Hi, Gary. Thanks so much for having me back on.
Oh, thank you for coming on as you start your weekend. Very much so. So I'm going to go quick here. We'll do some rapid fire stuff. And you tell me, I've been reading some of the stuff that you've been posting on the Daily Caller. Very interesting. Your articles are a different slant on things. And before we get to the articles, I got to ask you, because you're working with Reagan and a couple other people who are close to the White House. Is the media scared about Obamagate? Because it seems like even yesterday during a press conference, there were very, very few questions about all the stuff that we've been hearing and where things look like they're headed. So what's your gauge on what's going on with the media?
You know, I think that they have to be. They were very complicit in this lie and this effort to defame President Trump. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you saw the TikTok or whatever that Chris Cuomo put up yesterday. It was trending on Twitter last night. And he was essentially sitting in his car saying, I have to admit that I'm wrong. Like it's really hard for me. I've been wrong about a lot of things. And he didn't specifically mention the Durham report or Russiagate or anything like that. But you'd have to assume that because this is actually top news right now, that this is what he's referring to, that he is, you know, he's looking at this information that's coming out. He realized he was sold a bag of goods. He realized he was complicit in the lie and, you know, the push from the Obama Clinton camp to defame President Trump. And so I think that they have to be. I mean, you know, when you're sitting there and you have such a powerful position where you are the microphone that speaks to the American public, you have to ensure that the information that you're getting is not you know, false. And you should be holding truth to power, not because you dislike the person, but because it's the actual truth. Right. And so I think that what has been crossed in our media, and I know that you covered this several times, but it's the fact that the whole media apparatus hated Trump, hated what he stood for, hated what the American people voted him in to do. And so in an effort to stop that progress from happening, they created this, you know, false lie, and they tried to defame him and they tried to derail him. And, you know, for a lot of his you know, the voter mandate that we sent him in 2016, for a lot of that, it was derailed because he spent so much of his time and effort defending himself against this deep state apparatus. So I'm excited now. He really seems to be on the front foot in this administration. He seems to not be letting the you know, the media spin on everything that he does affect him or derail him like it did in 2016. I think he's coming in with a little bit more knowledge on how dirty they play. But yeah, I think they're terrified. And even if they won't admit it out loud, I think that is the reason why there are very few questions, because they know the answers to them.
Mm-hmm. And it's weird because Chris Cuomo, now being independent, no longer associated with CNN, he can say what he wants. I also saw a clip the other day where Bill Maher said, yeah, I was wrong. So the independent guys are starting to come clean and say this isn't working. When is the network? I mean, are they even allowed to speak out? I'd love to see Caitlin Collins come on one day and say, yeah, I was wrong about Trump. It's never going to happen. Are the networks, do they have that kind of a hold on the people who are sitting behind their microphones?
Yeah, I think that, you know, pigs will fly before we see someone on CNN coming out and admitting that they were wrong about how, you know, profusely they pushed this Russiagate theory. Speaking to the independents, I think that is so telling with how, you know, destructive our legacy media is. Yeah. Because, you know, if you break free from that apparatus and you're able to tell the truth, but if you're sitting in that apparatus and you can't, then that is more demonizing than any piece that I can ever write about whatever lie they're pushing, you know, that day. Mm-hmm. Because the American people are awake now. I was talking to one of my editors about it this week, and, you know, whether it was COVID or it was transgender ideology, or you're a parent and you're watching CRT in the classroom, and all these different narratives that kind of popped up right when COVID hit. So I like to call it the COVID era, even though it encompasses so many more talking points than just COVID. Mm-hmm. That woke up millions and millions and millions of Americans. And so I think they're awake now. They understand what the media's job is to, you know, push that deep state narrative, whatever it is. And when they're looking at the CNNs of the world or the MSNBCs of the world, they're no longer taking what they're saying at face value. Of course, their entrenched base will always, because that's just what happens whenever you're caught in that web. But the regular American is looking at them like, no, they're lying to me again. What's the real story? And then they start going to fish for it.
And I think you're taking a real gamble, because in order to continue what you're doing, you have to assume that your audience isn't that intelligent. You have to assume that your audience isn't seeing what's going on, because if they do wake up, there's a small part of their audience who's never going to, they don't care. If you had killed Trump on July 13th, they would have been okay with it. But there's a good part of that audience is like, you've been lying to me. And when people wake up and find out you've been lying to them, you're never getting them back. So I don't know how they're going to succeed long term if they are if their people actually wake up. That could be devastating to network people, but good luck to them because they're going to need it.
Yeah.
The way things are going, you're going to need it. Now, you recently wrote an article, and it was, I read the article and I'm like, you're very good at writing your headlines. You have a hook. And I read the article, and it was about the deeper meaning behind Trump's rebirth of the whole presidential fitness thing. Tell me about that. What exactly is the hidden meaning that you came up with in regards to the presidential physical fitness initiative?
First of all, I'm so excited about this. I think that this is a great move for the American people, for our young children. I think that it is, we should strive to be competitive, and we should strive to be physically, emotionally, and mentally fit. And that's what something like this will do. The way I look at it is that there's a two-pronged approach to this. One, it's the physical fitness aspect of it, obviously, because it's in the name. We want fit children because that means a healthy nation. But more than that, it's this, one thing that connects every single student in America. Every single student is going to have to go through this physical fitness test. And so when we're talking about living in such a divided country as what we live in right now, and it's so polarized, to have one thing that connects them all, no matter what school they go to, no matter what state they live in, I think that is such a great moment to seize on, to start pushing in more American patriotism. Wow. I talked about this in my piece where, when you look at the divide as far as patriotism goes, you're looking at Democrats, especially under the age of 24, only registering about 26% of them saying that they feel proud to be an American. Right. That is not a healthy future for America. If you can't even get 26% of registered Democrats to say that they are proud to be an American. Obviously, the brainwashing that has been going on in our national education system for decades now is taking root, and its result is showing in that poll. And so if we can start it young, then we can, hopefully flip that on its head and have more of a 60, 70, 80% of Americans saying that they're proud to be American. I don't think that that's, too much to ask. If I'm being honest, we're the greatest country on earth. We're the most powerful country on earth. And we are the only country that allows you to be an individual and free and be able to do all of these great things. It's the reason why our border is overrun. It's the reason why people are trying to flock to us, because we have the most opportunity and the most freedoms that any other country has to offer. And with President Trump in charge, we have someone who is actually fighting to, counteract the censorship and counteract all these things that you see in the UK or in Australia or in France. And so I think that this is really a great moment for us. I remember talking to my dad about it when I was young, because he went through the physical fitness test, and he was saying that it was like a point of pride, especially for the men. Like, how many pull-ups could you do? How quickly could you go up the line? How quickly could you do your push-ups? How quickly could you do your run? And so I think that, kind of a rebirth of the competitiveness that made America so great is always going to be a good thing, but also the underlying effects of having American patriotism, hopefully being rebirthed as well, is going to be great for us.
And it helps also with the MAHA initiative with RFK Jr., because you're just healthy. I mean, I was talking about it yesterday in my show, and as a young kid, I was never in the house. I didn't have video games, and I played a different sport every season, even when I was small. Then when I got into competitive sports, I played football, and then we played baseball, and I threw the shot put in track. There was always some sort of activity. So you just weren't sitting home doing this all day long. Is that a reason why we've been seeing some of these liberals pushing back? They don't want kids out of the house and becoming energized and better fit. They want them to be couch potatoes. I saw it on X. I couldn't believe that they were actually pushing back on this.
Yeah, I mean, because if you think about it like this, a slovened and, kind of depressed society is much easier to control than one that is active and their mind is clear. And that's exactly what athletics and just, being physically active does for you. With my own children during the summer, they may be able to watch TV, but they're going out and running every single morning. They're swimming all day long. And then after they've exerted themselves physically to the point where, of exhaustion almost, then they can come in and we watch a movie at nighttime as a family or something like that. But it's not the first thing that they do when they wake up in the morning. The TV is not turned on because I want them to be mentally aware of what's going on in their surroundings. I want them to be out in nature. I want them to feel the fresh air on their faces. I think that if we had more parents like that, I get a lot of comments because I write a newsletter for the Daily Caller called The Good Life.
Okay.
And it's really kind of like a parenting newsletter because I have 4 children and I get a lot of emails about, how would you handle this situation and how would you handle that? And so we started this newsletter to kind of answer some of those questions and go through how I handle my parenting style. And a lot of the stuff I get is from, parents of preteens and teens where they're talking about, well, my team doesn't want to go out and play basketball. They don't want to go out for the volleyball team. And I'm like, so find something that they like to do. That's what we did with our girls. Try every sport and then find the one that they love and then push them into that one. And that doesn't necessarily have to be, volleyball, basketball, soccer, the kind of more traditional kids sports. Do dance, do something, anything to get their body moving and get their brain clear. And also the confidence that comes from them being able to physically excel at something is beyond anything that you can possibly imagine. My husband talks about this a lot about when he was younger. He was struggling a bit when he was a kid, and then he found rugby when he was about 8 or 9 years old, and he excelled at rugby, and that just became almost his whole personality. And it still is. We're still getting up early in the morning to watch overseas rugby just because, he loves it so much. But he talks about the confidence that it gave him because he no longer was this kind of lost kid that didn't know really what he wanted to do because now he's a rugby player. When he went to school, everybody knew, okay, Sam is the rugby player and he plays well and he's hard on the pitch. And so I think that confidence that a lot of kids get from sports, taking it back to the physical fitness test, that's what this is going to bring us. It's that confidence to know, okay, I really can do the push-ups. I really can do the pull-ups. I can do this run, clearing your mind, being able to have that internal dialogue with yourself, that mental, fight with yourself. Can I keep going? Can I not keep going? That's so healthy for kids. And we've stopped pushing them in that way. And so I'm hoping that, parents understand how important it is and that liberals don't win out on this.
So I think a big part of that is the fact that they're not married for the large part, and they don't have children. So I think you nailed it in regards to just being a parent. And I can tell you a quick little anecdote here. My wife and I are older. The grandkids and my daughter here are visiting this week. And it's almost like it's Friday. When are they leaving? Because oh my God, even the dogs are like, oh, we're done. Okay. We're so done. It's you just constantly move. And it's funny. They wake up and they come out. Okay. What's for breakfast? Okay. We got to go make your breakfast. All right. So what are we doing now? What do you mean? What are we doing? I'm not a clown. I can't. So you got to keep moving. And luckily we got a pool. So they just go jump out there and jump in a pool. But I know exactly what you're thinking and what you're saying. And most people don't have the luxury. I don't want to say most people. A lot of liberals don't have the luxury of being around children like you have 4. I've got my daughter here and my 2 granddaughters, and it's just been wow. I mean, it's just every single moment you got to be moving. I cannot imagine being a mother of 4 and even watching my daughter, who's a mother of 3, when I call her at home, she's like, I'm going to basketball practice. I'm going to go to cheer practice and I'm going to go over to soccer practice. I'm like, that is a luxury. That is a privilege that most people don't understand and liberal women seem to shun from. So they're not going to understand the physical fitness part because they're not. They're trying to promote some sort of other ideology. And we've seen what that other ideology is. And it just sucks. It absolutely sucks. And that brings me to my next question. So this entire Sydney Sweeney thing, and I've talked to a lot of people, but most of the people I've been talking to are guys. And they're like, yeah, that's pretty good. So as a woman, you're watching it as a woman, and I assume, looking at you as a white woman, you're seeing these people completely freak out over this. And you had another article that says there's actually a difference between conservative women and liberal women. You got to tell me about that and how you dug deep into that research.
You know, as I'm watching this Sydney Sweeney debacle that everybody is debating right now, I can't help but just sigh and just wonder where our society went. Whenever I was growing up, that's literally how they marketed jeans. Mm-hmm. If you remember, my Calvins, I mean, it was always a beautiful woman and a beautiful man, and they weren't always white. And it was just beauty was the underscoring factor in the ad. They had to be pretty and they had to be in shape. And, you know, that it made me want a pair of Calvin Klein jeans, because I thought if I bought a pair of Calvin Klein jeans, I will look like that model in the advertisement. And that was the point of it. And so American Eagle is essentially just getting back to that model that actually sold jeans. I think that the left likes to pounce on something. Yeah. And they like to say anything that is standard beauty is no longer what we want anymore, because we don't epitomize standard beauty anymore. And so I was talking with one of my editors and I said, I wonder if it isn't because we see this polling and these studies that come out and they're all anxious and depressed and all of that stuff. And so it's affecting their physical appearance. They feel bad about it, but they don't want to admit that. And so instead they demonize the pretty girl that lives down the street in order to make themselves feel better. And women are like that. You know, they see a pretty woman and then all of a sudden it becomes this competitive factor. Well, I'm not as pretty as her. So then therefore I must demonize whatever it is that she's doing. I feel bad for Sweeney. I think that she's gotten caught up in something that clearly was just supposed to be a beautiful woman selling blue jeans, into this whole, now she's part of Nazi propaganda, or it's like some sort of race warfare that American Eagle is playing. And the one of the best videos I saw was this woman going, you know, and the brand is literally called American Eagle. How more Nazi can you get from that? And I'm just sitting back like, no, the brand has been struggling for decades. It's trying to stay alive. It tried to do the body positivity movement where they had women who were 400 or 500 pounds, you know, in their advertisement, and shocked that they're not selling bras and panties and blue jeans from that. And so what do? They take a naturally beautiful woman. And Sydney Sweeney is, I was talking to, you know, the people I work with. I said, Sydney Sweeney is that hot girl from high school. Yeah. That is, she lived down the street from you. You looked at her. You knew she was pretty. You know, she doesn't fit that kind of modern model mold where they have like the alien eyes that are kind of offset from the head, and you know the cheek. Okay, so President Trump is walking out. I still have 15 minutes in that interview with Mary. I'll pick that up after President Trump is over, but he's walking out right now, so let's get to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you. It's a long time, 35 years. They fought, and now they're friends, and they're going to be friends for a long time. But it's a big, beautiful honor to welcome everyone to the White House for this very historic peace summit between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It's really a great thrill for me. I love seeing good people get together, and that's what you have. You have two great leaders. I want to congratulate these two visionary people, Prime Minister Pashinyan and President Aliyev, for coming to Washington to sign this momentous joint declaration. It's a tremendously important document, and it's been a long time in coming. They were explaining before that So many times they thought they could get there. It never happened, just never happened. I also want to thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and their teams at the State Department. And I see that we have Chris Wright outside and Senator Steve Daines sitting right here. Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. And Steve, thank you very much. And we have some other wonderful dignitaries, including the dignitaries from your country. But they provided tremendous diplomatic assistance. And Marco, congratulations. It's a big thing. Keep going. You've got many jobs. And then, of course, you would say Steve was quite influential. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. For more than 35 years, Armenia and Azerbaijan have fought a bitter conflict that resulted in tremendous suffering for both nations. They suffered gravely for so many years. Many tried to find a resolution, including the European Union. The Russians worked very hard on it, never happened. Sleepy Joe Biden tried, but you know what happened there. He tried for probably 12 minutes and didn't work out. And many other countries tried, and they were unsuccessful. But with this accord, we've finally succeeded in making peace, and we just left the Oval Office where we signed voluminous documents and very important elements to the agreement. The country of Armenia and Azerbaijan are committing to stop all fighting forever, open up commerce, travel, and diplomatic relations, and respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, so importantly. And I just spent a lot of time with these two men. I think they're going to have a great relationship. You want to know the truth? They didn't see each other that much, but they probably will. I think they're going to have. I think you two are going to have a great relationship. I have no doubt. And if you don't, call me and I'll straighten it out. Okay. Very importantly, we have also resolved the key issue that foiled previous negotiations. This declaration establishes what they are calling a great honor for me. I didn't ask for this. The Trump route for international peace and prosperity, which is a special transit area that will allow Azerbaijan to get full access to its territory of Nakhchivan while fully respecting Armenia's sovereignty. So they're going to be able to really live and work together, and it's amazing. So that's a very important territory, I guess, very special territory to you, and now they work together. Armenia is also creating an exclusive partnership with the United States to develop this corridor, which could extend for up to 99 years. And then they promise in 99 years they'll extend it, right? You'll promise. But we anticipate significant infrastructure development by American companies. They're very anxious to go in to these two countries, and they're going to spend a lot of money, which will economically benefit all three of our nations. This is incredibly positive news for the future of the entire region, and it's a very important region, as you know. Additionally, the U.S. is signing a bilateral agreement with both countries to expand cooperation in energy, trade, and technology, including AI. And in terms of energy, Chris is here representing our country, and there's nobody better than Chris Wright. And Chris, I understand it's very fertile. It's a very fertile area. So I appreciate everything you've done. You've done amazingly well. We've got the gasoline prices coming way down from where they were. And it's really been something to watch. We are drilling like we haven't drilled in many years. I guess I could say ever before, and we just started. We're also lifting restrictions on defense cooperation between Azerbaijan and the United States of America. The president, that's a big deal. Is that important to you? I think so. That was pretty good. They're very happy about that. So am I. As president, my highest aspiration is to bring peace and stability to the world. Today's signing follows our success with India and Pakistan. They were going at it. They were going at it big, and they were great, two great leaders that came together just prior to what would have been a tremendous conflict, as you know, a nuclear conflict probably. Also the Congo and Rwanda. Now that was one which was going on for 31 years. You have them beat. 35 years you had them beat. but that was going on for 31 years, and we have it all done, and people are very happy. That was a rough one. It was nasty. 7 million people that they know of died. Also, just recently, Thailand and Cambodia, that was one that was just starting. That 2,000 people were dead on the border, but it was just starting. And I was talking to one of the two nations on trade, and I said, I'm not going to sign a trade deal if you guys are going to fight. And I got the other one. And again, great leadership, Thailand and Cambodia. And before it got started, beyond that first couple of days, we stopped the war. And they've had wars periodically, very much as you two have had long-term wars. And we got it stopped. And the two, again, I find in all cases, they're great leaders. If they didn't agree, I would say they're lousy leaders, to be honest with you, but they did agree. And so Thailand and Cambodia, Serbia and Kosovo, we got something stopped that was ready to start. We didn't like that one. We didn't like it at all, and we saved a lot of lives. And numerous others. In addition, as you know, we took out the nuclear capability of Iran. And to use a term that people tried to dispute without any knowledge, it was obliterated. That's been confirmed by the Atomic Energy Commissions, everybody, that's totally obliterated. They might try again, but they're going to have to try a new site because they are, and I want to just say our military, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment and military manufacturing anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And that sort of proved it. So getting rid of that threat from the Middle East was very big. And I think a lot of people are going to be joining right now the Abraham Accords. Going to be very important. So hopefully we're going to have many more successes. I hope we're not going to have too many more in this field because hopefully we're not going to be seeing too many more wars. But I came in and this whole world was on fire. All these things were sort of happening. We've only been here for 6 months. The world was on fire. We took care of just about every fire, and we're working on another one that you're reporting on very strongly with Russia, Ukraine. And we'll have some more information for you a little bit later. But I want to ask these two very special people. Again, I've gotten to know them. They're very special people. And I think they have the potential to have a great personal relationship, which is always good, but also a great just relationship. And if I might, may I ask you to say a few words, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for invitation. It's a big honor to be invited by the President of the United States for this historic event. Actually, we are writing a new history in a bilateral interstate relationship between the United States and Azerbaijan. We are starting the path towards a strategic partnership. The Charter on Strategic Partnership will be elaborated within several months, and that is a historic achievement for Azerbaijan. Because to be in the format of strategic partnership with the greatest country of the world is a great opportunity and also a very big responsibility. And this strategic partnership format embraces so many important areas: mutual investment, trade, energy, connectivity, transit, AI, defense sales, counterterrorism. So all these areas where we had and hopefully will have very active cooperation in the future. So it opens a lot of opportunities for Azerbaijan to continue its path of development, to diversify its economy, to keep unemployment low as it is today, and to look to the future with great optimism. Also, I'm very grateful to Mr. President that he today lifted the restrictions which have been imposed on Azerbaijan back in 1992, just only 1 year after Azerbaijan restored its independence. These restrictions have been imposed on us. So after 33 years, these restrictions have been lifted just today. So really, it's a day which will be remembered by the people of Azerbaijan with a feeling of pride and gratitude to President Trump for his attitude to Azerbaijan, for his vision, for not only for our region. We were exchanging views today, and I said that within several months he managed to put an end to conflicts in Asia, in Africa, and now in Southern Caucasus. What we could not achieve for more than 30 years. We had to sacrifice lives. We had to fight two very bad wars with a lot of casualties. And if not for President Trump and his team, and our great friend, Mr. Witkov and his team, probably today, Armenia and Azerbaijan would have been again in this endless process of negotiations. So really, it's a historic day. We are today establishing peace in the Caucasus, which will open great opportunities, not only for our region. And as President Trump correctly mentioned, the Trump route for international peace and prosperity, which will create new connectivity lines, which will lift the walls, and which will create connectivity opportunities for so many countries, with investments, with prosperity, with stability. You know, Azerbaijan and Armenia, we became independent at the same time as a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union. But at that time already, we were at war. So we lost a lot of years just being preoccupied with wars and occupation and bloodshed. So today, historic day, also is because we bring peace. President Trump brings peace to Caucasus, and we're grateful for that. And I'm sure that Armenia and Azerbaijan will find courage and responsibility to reconcile, and also the people will reconcile. We will turn the page of standoff, confrontation, and bloodshed, and provide bright and safe future for our children. So I'm very happy because today we're writing the great new history. And once again, Mr. President, thank you for all what you are doing for us, for our region, and for the whole world. Thank you very much.
Great leaders. How long have you been in the leadership position?
22 years.
22 years.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That means he's tough and smart. And it's an amazing part of the world. Congratulations.
Thank
what
you.
a great honor to be involved. Thank you
very much.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have reached a significant milestone in Armenia-Azerbaijani relations. We're laying a foundation to write a better story than the one we had in the past. This breakthrough would be simply not have been possible without President Trump's personal engagement and his resolute commitment to peace in our region. The initiating of peace agreement will pave the way to end the decades of conflict between our countries and open a new era based on the full respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other. Today's declarations, which President Trump personally will sign as well as witness, gives confidence and assurance that we are opening a chapter of peace, prosperity, security, and economic cooperation in the South Caucasus. In this context, allow me to highlight the agreement on opening transport communications in the region based on the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and jurisdiction. I'm particularly thrilled that together with the U.S., Armenia will work to bring to life the Trump Road for Peace and Prosperity, a connectivity project that will unlock the entire region. TRIP will unlock strategic economic opportunities that will create long-term benefits. It will promote infrastructure investment, enhance regional connectivity, and strengthen U.S. leadership as a champion of conflict resolution. I want to thank President Trump and his team for brokering this game-changing outcome between Armenia and Azerbaijan. This is a great deal we've achieved today. This is a success for our countries and for our region. and a success for the world, because a more peaceful region means a safer world. This is peace through strength in a neutral. Mr. President, today's great achievement is yet another testimony to your global leadership and your legacy as a statesman and a peacemaker on the world stage. Bringing peace required vision, political courage, and determination. But what is most important is that it requires faith in the cause. As it is said in the Holy Bible, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. May God enlighten this way. Thank you, and my congratulations to all of us, President Aliyev, to you, to all of us, colleagues from Azerbaijan, Armenia, United States, and all the people of our region, all the people of our countries, and my congratulations to the world, because, as I said, it will definitely make world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you.
President of the United States, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia will now sign the joint declaration on the outcomes of the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity Summit.
That's really
They will
beautiful.
sign 3 copies in English. The President of the United States signs as a witness to the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, affirming their path to peace, stability, and prosperity. We kindly ask that all guests remain seated for the signing of the documents.
That is so great, and we'll hold up. How about holding up that document? All right. Well, thank you. This is really a big day, and we have some other big announcements, but I didn't want to make them because I don't want to do anything that could even in a little way overshadow what's taken place today. 35 years of death and hatred, and now it's going to be love and respect and success together. And I didn't really want to do anything that would in any way overshadow. I don't think it can be overshadowed when you're at war and so many people have suffered and so many people have been killed, and now you're going to have great peace. And I look forward to that corridor, because that corridor sounds, I'm going to have to get over there. I'll bring Senator Daines with me, and we're going to have to get over there, Steve. So, but this is a really great achievement, and I congratulate you. You're 2 incredible leaders. You're going to go down in history. And I've read the whole thing about how long it took, and you thought you were there and people let you down, and sometimes you probably let people down. Maybe, I don't know how it works, but that's the way it usually does. But this is something that is very, very special. So I don't want to get in the way of it at all, but we'll take a few questions, maybe at least slightly related, but we have some other things to announce later on in the day. Peter, please.
Related, just because you mentioned the elusive peace in Ukraine. Who is holding up this Ukraine ceasefire summit? Is it Putin or is it Zelensky?
Well, I think it's, that one is, as you know, we've been working on a lot of these deals. We've closed every single one of them all throughout the world, and that's the last of them. And they're losing, Peter, about 6, maybe even 7,000 soldiers every single week. Russia, as you know, lost almost 25,000 over the last month and a half, and Ukraine lost just a small number, fewer. It's a lot of people are dying, and I think we're getting very close. And we're going to be announcing later on. We're going to have a meeting with Russia. We'll start off with Russia, and we'll announce a location. I think the location will be a very popular one for a lot of reasons. But we'll be announcing that a little bit later. I just don't want to do it now because of the importance of what we just did.
And I completely understand that. Just a follow-up. Are you surprised that Zelensky hasn't figured out by now, in years of war, how to deal with you and to deal with Putin without needing permission to make concessions from his parliament or from a national referendum?
Well, he's going out and getting what he needs. You know, he's not authorized to do certain things. I said, well, you're going to have to get it fast because, you know, we're getting very close to a deal. And he's doing that, and he's working with the European nations, and they're terrific people, terrific leaders, NATO. And as you know, I became very friendly with them. They agreed to go from 2% to 5%, 2% that they didn't pay to 5% that they've already paid. It's trillions of dollars. So, you know, we're working together very closely. But no, in all fairness to President Zelensky, he's getting everything he needs to assuming we get something done. But I'll be meeting very shortly with President Putin. It would have been sooner, but I guess there's security arrangements that unfortunately people have to make. Otherwise, I'd do it much quicker. He would too. He'd like to meet as soon as possible. I agree with it. But we'll be announcing that very shortly, okay? And location. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, with this meeting with Putin, is this Russia's last chance to achieve peace? And do you expect Ukraine to make any type of territorial concession?
Yeah, I don't like using the term last chance. Look, it's, you know, look, this is two very, very smart people. They've been going at it and their predecessors also very smart. They've been going at it for 35 years. It's tough. And, you know, when those guns start going off, it's awfully tough to get them to stop. It really does. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. There was no reason for it. So many people are killed, so much cultural destruction. You look at those magnificent towers, the most beautiful in the world. You know, the spires were considered the most beautiful in the world. They're all in a million pieces, laying on the ground, all obliterated, knocked into a million pieces. So sad. But millions of people have died, and very, very much set in their ways. A lot of people were set in their ways, but I think we're getting close. I mean, this was not my war. This was Biden's war. But the European Union has been great. As you know, they're purchasing equipment from us. They have a lot of money. And they're spending a lot of money on buying equipment. We're not spending money, but we are supplying them equipment. They're paying for it. And I think, you know, that a lot of things happened recently that would make this go forward. I'm not going to mention anything having to do with India, but maybe that had an impact. But what really had an impact was NATO has stepped up in terms of their spending on buying military equipment. You know, we're in for, probably through Biden and his people, $350 billion. $350 billion. When they hear these numbers, you're saying that's a lot of money. $350 billion the United States has spent on that. It should have spent nothing because it should have never happened. It would have never happened. And Europe is in for over $100 billion, which is, it should be the opposite if we were in for anything, but it should be the opposite. And I will say that Europe wants to see peace. The European leaders want to see peace. President Putin, I believe, wants to see peace, and Zelensky wants to see peace. Now, President Zelensky has to get all of his everything he needs because he's going to have to get ready to sign something, and I think he is working hard to get that done.
Will Zelensky have to give up territory, Mr. President?
Well, you're looking at territory that's been fought over for 3.5 years with, you know, a lot of Russians have died, a lot of Ukrainians have died. So we're looking at that, but we're actually looking to get some back and some swapping. It's complicated. It's actually nothing easy. It's very complicated, but we're going to get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories. to the betterment of both. And but we'll be talking about that either later or tomorrow or whatever. Yeah, please.
To diplomatically recognize their independence. Are you inclined to do so? And also, did President Putin present an award to Mr. Witkoff during their recent visit?
He likes Mr. Witkoff, I can tell you that. That's true. Please, go ahead.
I think President Trump deserved to have a Nobel Peace Prize, and we will defend that, and we will promote for that, and that's obvious. So, and today's event, I think, is a very bright expression of that, and hopefully you will invite us to
front row. You'll be front row.
Yeah.
We get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both. And but we'll be talking about that either later or tomorrow or whatever. Yeah, please.
I don't know what keeps happening with that feed. Hold on.
From the leaders of the countries which were at war for more than 3 decades, having this historic signature here, it really means a lot. This is tangible result of President Trump's leadership, and no one could have achieved that. There have been many presidents here since beginning of 90s, and the so-called Minsk process, which, by the way, today we put an end to with my Armenian colleague, started in 1992. So negotiation under the auspices of OSCE continued for more than 3 decades without any result. So who, if not President Trump, deserves the Nobel Peace Prize? I don't want to go into the history of some very strange decisions of the Nobel Peace Committee to award the prize for someone who didn't do anything at all. But President Trump in 6 months did miracle. So I think that my Armenian joined later, and hopefully, and I also joined when President is awarded. We hope that he will invite us to the ceremony.
You certainly will be. Thank you very much.
Do we have draft to sign now?
Well, we'll see what happens.
We already like to sign.
Thank you very much. It's very nice. We're looking into that right now. Good question, actually, and another complex one, as you know, but we're working on that right now. Somaliland.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you, have you spoken to Russian President Putin yet? And would you go to Russia or Ukraine? And what exactly would you say to him?
We'll be announcing a location in maybe a little while, and I think you'll be very happy. We'll see what happens, right? All we can do is do our best. We've been working on this one for a long time. This is a very complicated one also. This was extremely complicated, but we made it less complicated, and we had 2 very brilliant people on my right and my left. They understood what was at stake. I think if it didn't get done now, it might have never gotten done. So this is the same, very similar with Ukraine. It became more and more complicated as time went on. It was simple at the beginning. It wasn't going to happen. But it became more and more complicated. But I think we're getting close. Yes, ma'am. Yes, go ahead, please.
Could the location for the summit be Italy?
Location,
Italy. I will give it to you very soon. Honestly, I don't want to do anything. These guys, I don't want to do anything where that's like, because this is a bigger story than a location. A location's good. I'm a real estate person. I know about location. But there's nothing to compete with this in terms of what we're doing today. It's just such a great achievement for these 2. Really, they'll go down as great leaders for what they did. I put them together, but what they have been able, and I don't want to do anything. So we'll talk about it later. Today, we'll give you a location today.
talking about sending military forces to fight against the drug cartels in Latin America. Do you think it's worth sending our forces, our U.S. forces there to take this on?
Cartels where?
Central Latin America.
Well, Latin America's got a lot of cartels. They've got a lot of drugs flowing. So, we want to protect our country. We have to protect our country. We haven't been doing it for 4 years. And we love this country like they love their countries. We have to protect our country. So, we're playing a tough game, but we'll have more to say about that soon. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, I'm Musala from Azerbaijan News Agency Report. So we are grateful to be here. Today you host a truly historic meeting. As a person who values diplomacy and global interaction, do you consider the possibility to visiting Azerbaijan? Actually, you mentioned Azerbaijan and Armenia after this meeting.
Well,
to visit our countries, do you consider to visit? Wow.
Which one do I consider better?
Both, yes.
Both. Oh. I think if I ever said that you would say, this guy couldn't have solved the problem. You know what? I consider them both great, okay? And you know what? They're going to be even greater. But and they're very different in many ways, but they have a lot in common. But they're both great as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, please.
Question.
It's an interesting question, right? That would have been a hell of an answer if I said, well, I think I like this one or that one. No, we don't do that. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, first of all, thank you for bringing peace to South Caucasus, something that no one has been able to achieve in 35 years.
Thank you.
That's number one. We also noticed that you think highly of the commitments that the sides have taken on and assumed. However, considering the long history of conflict and the fact that this is not a legally binding document, will there be consequences if at some point one of the sides takes a step back?
I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be very good. And I told them, I gave them a personal commitment. If there's, there's always little problems here and there, right? The big ones have been solved. These are the giant ones have been solved. But if there's conflict, they both know they're going to call me and we're going to get it straightened out. They're not going to have a problem. Where are you from?
Armenia.
Okay, good. Very good. I was wondering, it was a very unusual question. But it's not unusual considering you're from Armenia. If there's a problem, we will get it worked out. I told them both, don't let the problem last. We get it early and we'll get it solved. Good reporter you have over there. Okay?
Can I
yes,
add?
please.
Can I add? Yeah. First of all, I'd like to say that today we initialed the peace deal, which was in the process of negotiations for quite a while. The fact that it is initialed here, in the capital #1 of the world, in the office #1 of the world, and in front of the great President of the United States, means that there should be no doubts and no suspicions that any of the sides would step back. If any of us, Prime Minister Pashinyan or myself, had in mind to step back, we wouldn't have come here. So you can be absolutely sure, as well as Azerbaijani community, that what has happened today will result in peace, long-lasting peace, eternal peace in the Caucasus.
That's a very nice statement.
I'm sorry. Fully agree and nothing to add.
That's a very nice two statements, but that's a beautifully stated statement. Let's go. A couple of more. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, many in the South Caucasus have pinned the blame on your predecessor, Joe Biden, and his Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, for obstacles in America's bilateral relations with Azerbaijan and peace in that part of the world. How important is it to you to elevate your country's partnership and your administration's partnership with Azerbaijan, with Armenia, and how important is this for your legacy?
Well, to me, it's very important, but it's, I know the history of what was going on because I do a lot of reading, and they've been at a vicious, they've had a very contentious relationship for a long time. It's war. Most of the time was war. And so to get it done, they're great people. I know a lot of people from Armenia. I know a lot of people from both countries, and they're incredible people, and it shouldn't happen what has happened. I wish we could have been here sooner, if the election were different. I'm going to be nice today. I'm not going to be controversial and say the election was rigged. I would have had this thing solved 4 years sooner. But the truth is, that's right. If the election weren't rigged, I would have been here 4 years sooner. We would have signed the same agreement 4 years sooner. But it didn't happen. And the Biden administration did really very little, actually nothing to get it done. But they did nothing to get really anything done. It was this country was in very serious shape. And I say it over and over again. I met all the leaders of NATO. I went, as you know, to the Middle East. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, the leaders of great countries, right? Qatar and UAE and others in the Middle East. And everyone essentially said the same thing. We had a dead country 1 year ago. We had a dead country. Our country was dying. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's not even close. We have the hottest country in the world. And it's an honor to use that, if you call it power or respect or whatever it is, to settle wars like we have right here to my left and my right. And these two guys are very smart. I got to know them, and they're very smart. They're not going to, I don't think they're going to ever have to bother with me. And they may call me just to bug me a little bit. Let me put them to a test, and they'll call because they like to call me. But they're not going to have any problem. We have a very comprehensive agreement. It's a peace agreement. And this isn't ceasefire. This isn't we'll hold off. This is a peace agreement. And they're going to end up doing a lot of business with each other. They're going to do a lot of business with the United States. And I'm going to always remember, at least during the time that I'm here, I'm going to remember how smart they were, how good they were. And when it comes to trade and other things, we're going to always go 100% out. We'll go out of our way to make sure it comes out good for them. They did an amazingly good thing and a very brave thing. It's a very complicated part of the world they come from, very tough part of the world. It's a tough, but smart part of the world, smart, tough people, and great wealth, great energy wealth. I was talking to Chris, and you were saying in terms of wealth, it's enormous wealth. But wealth doesn't often solve problems. It takes other things. But they're amazing, two amazing leaders, and it's an honor to be associated with them. How about we'll do one more, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your gut instincts have always done well in terms of business and in terms of politics. What does your gut tell you as it relates to the possibility of an event like this in the next few weeks, the next few months, in which you have President Putin on one side and President Zelensky on your other side?
I think my instinct really tells me that we have a shot at it, okay? And you'll find that out later on, and maybe even today, but we have a shot at it. Look, it's got to be solved. We're not losing people. A lot of people say, why are you bothering? We're not losing people. We were spending hundreds of billions of dollars. Now we're spending nothing. We're spending no money. I guess we're making money because, we have the best military equipment in the world. We're selling it to NATO. But you're losing thousands of people a week, Russians and Ukrainians mostly soldiers, but, missiles are lobbed into cities and towns, Kiev, lots of places. You've been reading the same stories that I've been reading. And we got to get it solved.
The Norwegian Nobel Committee will make their announcement as it relates to this year's Nobel Peace Prize on October the 10th, Friday, October the 10th. Is that date circled on your calendar, Mr. President?
I can't say. I mean, a lot of people say, no matter what I did, because, I'm of a certain persuasion, no matter what I do, they won't give it. And I'm not politicking for it. I have a lot of people that are. I know. I mean, I read the same things as you do. But it would be a great honor, certainly. But I would never politic. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it because of, I really, number one, I want to save lives. That's why I'm involved so much with Ukraine and Russia. It's saving lives of Russians and Ukrainians. It's not American lives. Now, I would say this, that war could have escalated in something much better. That could have been a world war. I think if we didn't come, Ukraine-Russia would have ended up being a world war. And I stopped that. That stopped. Now, the only question is, when is it going to be settled? And it could be very soon, but when is it going to be? But that would have been a world war. If I didn't come along with a very talented group of people sitting largely right here, but there are others not in the room that are very talented, I think Russia, Ukraine would have had a very, very high degree, I think even probably would have ended up being in a world war. I don't think people talk about that now because they don't see it anymore, but we brought it down a long way. But that was getting to a point. When I first came in, I said, wow, this thing is really bad. And it could have escalated to a level that you people would have been very unhappy with. Yeah.
Your predecessor, Mr. President, President Ronald Reagan, had a phrase as it relates to dealing with the then Soviet Union and also Mikhail Gorbachev. The phrase was trust but verify. Do you subscribe to that same view as it relates to Mr. Putin and Russia?
Well, I do, relating to everybody. I mean, not just President Putin, but also people and leaders that I deal with. Look, I'm dealing with trade. And some of the worst deals we made, some of the worst trade deals we have, I talk about friend and foe, right? Friend and foe, two interesting words. Some of our worst trade deals were not with the foe, they were with the friends. Our friends were just killing us on trade. Not anymore. Not anymore. We're taking in trillions of dollars, and we're respected. And we're settling, through trade, even a little bit here, less here than on some, but through trade, I got things settled. With India, Pakistan, I think it was trade more than any other reason. That's how I got involved. I said, I don't want to be dealing with countries that are trying to blow up themselves and maybe the world. They're nuclear nations. That was a big one. Getting that one settled, I think you'd agree. That was a big one. And they were going at it. They were shooting airplanes out of the sky. 5 or 6 planes got shot down in their last little skirmish, and then it was going to escalate from there. And that could have gotten to be very, very bad. Now, I want to save a lot of lives. I love saving lives. That's what it's about. And when you save lives, you really end up having a peaceful world. Usually that ends up pretty well. I want to thank everybody, but in particular these two great leaders for having the courage to do what they did today, and they're going to go down in the history books. And it's a great honor to be involved. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so awesome. I can't believe our press, our media absolutely sucks. I can't get over the fact that these people just barely got the paperwork signed and all they could think about was, is it going to work? Do you think these guys are going to honor each other? Oh, which one's better? The two guys from the other countries must have been, your press sucks, President Trump, your press sucks. Gosh, my goodness, these people. Now, I don't know what he was talking about when he's like, yeah, I'm going to have more to say. When? So I don't know what's going on. Robin and I have dinner plans, so I'm not sure what's going on, but we shall see. So far we've been at, and I say so far because we're not done yet. We're at 3.5 hours. Hang on for another half hour or so. I want to finish up the interview with Mary Rook. Mary Rook from the Daily Caller. We were talking about fitness. We were talking about Sydney Sweeney. We were talking about all the different things that she's experiencing as a mother, as a conservative mother. Let's go into that. There's only like 15 minutes of that. It's a good interview.
Gone. Yeah, exactly. And so because she looks like that traditional American woman, all of a sudden it becomes this race war or this Nazi propaganda where she's like calling for the genocide of fat people. And it's like, that's not what's happening here. And so if you look at the polling, I wrote about this in my piece. If you look at the polling, the amount of Democrat women, liberal women who admit themselves that they are depressed, anxious, stressed, all of those factors, it's like 65% of them said that they were. And these are all women about the same age as Sydney Sweeney. And so when you look at that polling and you realize it, and then you take it with other studies, especially by the NHS and all of these other places that show if you have high stress, which means high cortisol, if you have, anxiety, if you have depression, if you have all these issues with you, it's going to affect your outward appearance. It causes weight gain, it causes hair loss, it causes wrinkles, it causes all of those things. So I think this really is just more of a jealousy thing, and they are refusing to admit it. She didn't fall into the body positivity movement because she's thin. She's got a great body. She's got a pretty face and she's got great hair. And I'm sorry, but that's true beauty. And I'm not going to apologize for that. The idea that because she's blonde and white with blue eyes, that she said, I've got good genes. And all of a sudden that means that if you're not blonde with blue eyes or white, that doesn't mean you have good genes. No, it's a double entendre. Yeah. And, you know, people have, brands have been using that for, not centuries, but for at least a century. I mean, if you look at the Joe's Crab Shack double entendre, they literally said, got crabs, and no one was up in arms about that. And yet all of a sudden, because she says, I've got good genes, like this is a bad thing. I think it's so ridiculous. I think that we've got to get back to understanding what true beauty is. And it underscores how important it is for our society to recognize what true beauty is so that we can get back to a point where we're not just using that, you know, for women and men and our children and all of those things, but also our buildings and how we're building our homes and how we're building our government buildings, what our roads look like, what our cities look like, city planning. Because for so many years now, we've lived in this kind of dystopian, you know, reality of like communist concrete buildings and, you know, trees gone and, you know, there's no main street anymore. And America was so beautiful and we've got to get back to that point. And I think that this Sweeney ad is just such a great example of them, you know, being jealous and depressed and, you know, letting that kind of ugly inside show out on the outside.
And one of the things that, having been in marketing for so many years, if it works, it will be adopted by more and more companies. Oh, yeah. And I just found it so funny that within 2 days, Dunkin' Donuts came out with basically the same thing, but with a hunky guy. And then of all places, Arby's with the WNBA player, she came out, Sophie Cunningham, no relation.
Yeah, and she's beautiful.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, they're done. They are so done because now it's just going to continue to avalanche, and we're going to hopefully see these brands come back to normal, which is going to drive these people crazy. So I don't want to keep you all morning here, but you got to tell me, what is man keeping?
Oh, I hate this term. I hate it so much. So, you know, of course, a Stanford graduate student came up with it in one of her papers. And it's this idea that women are man keeping their husbands or their boyfriend's emotional stability. So they are, you know, having to take a larger role and making sure that they feel confident and, you know, they help them work through whatever internal crisis is that they're having. And all of a sudden that's essentially like a bad thing. And that is giving women another notch on their victimhood belt. I couldn't be more mad at this if I tried, because we have canceled every male space where men can go out and be men with other men and have that opportunity to talk to them and be open with them and do all of these things in the kind of sanctity of their own masculinity. Mm-hmm. And so because we've stripped that from them, of course men are going to go to the one person they trust in their life, which is their wife or their girlfriend, and to ask them for help or ask them for, you know, advice and all of those things. My husband does it with me all the time. I find that to be such an honor. I love that my husband comes to me for that type of keeping, because I think to myself, okay, I am his safety. Yes. And if I am his emotional safety, then that means that we are in a healthy spot in our marriage right now. And the moment that he doesn't come to me for these things and I feel him carrying a burden around, I'm going to act. I'm going to be jumping in there going, how can I help him fix this? So the idea that a woman would be going around going, oh, well, this is a burden. I'm thinking, okay, I hope that guy drops you, because you are not the one for him, because I want nothing more than to help carry my husband's burdens with him, because I don't want him to struggle and I don't want him to suffer. And the idea that any woman would want that from their husband is just insane to me, and just another example of how feminist ideology has ruined the relationship between men and women. We expect so much of men, and yet they are only granted so little of us. And so I think that we've got to return back to the idea that, like, this is a true partnership and not just for a little while, but for life. And if any partnership is going to be successful, then each partner needs to look at each other and say, okay, what do you need today? Let me help you carry that. Or, hey, this is what I need today. I'm having trouble carrying this. Can you help me take some of this load? And you have to be able to have that open communication. And if these men feel like they can't do that with their wives, that would be such a devastating, spot in their marriage or in their relationship. And so we've got to get back to that. I tell my daughters all the time, I watch your father and I'm looking at those points in his life. I'm looking for times where I can step in and help him, because if I don't step in and help him, no one else in this world is going to do it. So that hopefully when it's time for them to start having relationships and getting married, that they understand that that is their role as a wife, to step in and say, hey, let me help you carry some of this emotional burden. I mean, I don't have the burden of having to provide for my family or, do all of these other things. That's his burden. So if he's willingly taking that on, the least I could do is make sure that his mental stability is there.
Well, you know what you're describing, which again is something that a lot of liberal women don't understand, is that marriage isn't, Prince Charming and you just make the kiss and everything is fine. It's a job. It takes a lot. I just celebrated my 32nd anniversary. Somebody asked me what's the key, and I go, there's a whole bunch of keys. Some keys bigger than others, and some keys that she may find bigger than I think it's a small key. But in any event, it's recognizing those keys. And what you just said is very important, is being able to telepathically know what's wrong. And the second part, being able to say, oh, let me tell you, because too many people are like, nothing's wrong. I mean, by the time you do nothing's wrong so many times, then it becomes a big something. And so the work in making sure your marriage is working, I don't think a lot of people on the left understand, because especially, unfortunately, the black people, because there's so many kids born out of wedlock and there's so much crazy, there's no dad in the home. So it's kind of foreign to a lot of people. And so you're absolutely right. What they're describing as maybe an issue is actually a good amount of reason, a spice ingredient to a successful marriage. And they don't understand successful marriages, and they don't want successful marriages. And that's one of their big problems. Don't get me started on that. I get for an hour on that. So let me wrap up with something you wrote. I don't know. No, you didn't write it, but you were talking about it. And it's so funny because it actually happened in my family. And it says, from the New York Times, it's time to stop snubbing your right-wing family members. And I'm like, okay, thank you, New York Times, for letting us know that now you want to see us, families or people come back together. These people are completely insufferable. They think they're solving something or describing something that they actually created. What was your take on that article?
I couldn't agree more. I actually did write about this, and it was one of those situations where I had to, as soon as I knew I was going to write about it, I had to take a step back and I went and walked a mile. And then I came back to the computer because I got so angry thinking about all the things. I mean, like so many millions of American families, political divide happened with us as well. And so having all of that in the back of my mind, and then having this guy come in and write this piece saying, maybe it's time to come back together. I mean, we never left. Yeah. We never disconnected from y'all. It was y'all that chose to disconnect from us because of our political point of view. We were very happy to be copacetic with you and believe different things and hope and pray that you come to our side. But we were never going to use, family as a cudgel against you. And so there needs to be a mea culpa moment with the left of saying, we went crazy. We're sorry about that. Let me help you fix this by coming back and apologizing and doing the right thing. Do I think that's ever going to happen? No, I don't. But I think that, this piece in particular really infuriated me because there are so many millions of Americans that are sitting back and going, I would have loved to have my family there for this event. I would have loved to be able to be in contact with my family for this, be able to lean on them for this as a family unit, and not being able to have that was really sad and destructive in that moment. But now you're telling me, all of a sudden like, hey, guess what? Here's the white flag. Well, no, I need an apology because there was a lot of destruction happening in between the point where you disconnected and now the point that you're telling people to connect again. And the other thing is that in this whole piece that he's written, of course, he says that there are still people that he wouldn't, put water on if they were on fire. And so they're not really coming back together, because if you're giving an out like that, then there will be so many people on the left that go, well, my family falls into that category because they believe the same thing as that guy. So, this is essentially, my excuse for not coming back into the fold. And I think that is so destructive and disgusting. And, when emergencies happen, which force a family to get back together, which we went through, it is, it's one of those things where you realize like, it really is just the political divide that separated us. And I wish that it could be in non-emergency situations that we could come together and act like that, And so I think that that's the reason why it made me so mad. It just, the lack of humility, the lack of understanding of the damage that they did, and then also giving everybody an out by saying, well, there are still political ideologies that I can't align with, and thus I would, cross the street if they're walking. I think that was disgusting.
What's weird is that dovetails or circles back, as Jen Psaki used to say, to what we said at the beginning. And you're going to see, I think, a lot more people, like we just talked about Chris Cuomo having to make his mea culpa. They don't even know how. I think this guy who wrote the article thought he was being kitschy, but he didn't want to lose his liberal base. So he's kind of like reaching out, but I can't go all the way yet. And if things go the way we think they're going to go, number one, you're going to have a whole lot to write about, and I'm going to have a whole lot to talk about. And I think it's going to be incumbent upon us to say, hey, hey, you were wrong. We're not going to force you to like come crawling back, but you were wrong, because I think it's going to happen. I mean, there's a small core that are never coming back. They're done. But there's going to be a lot of people who are going to look to you and Reagan and Monica and all around the country and like, how did you know? What did you know? And I've already seen that. I've already seen that in my daily life, where there have been people who thought we were completely insane. Yeah. And then all of a sudden our insanity was proved correct over and over and over again, and are now completely back in the fold, never necessarily apologizing, but changing their tone of voice, changing the respect level, changing all those things. And that's really all it takes. It's not like necessarily that we need someone to come out and write an apology note or anything like that. It's changing the way that they act towards us and choosing to come back into the fold. I think that you're right. We're going to see a lot more of that. And we are going to have to be the bigger people once again, being like, yes, we are right. We're not going to finger wag in your face about it. But we can give them the wink, like, we know. Yeah. We know. and it's funny because I've been telling everybody this is coinciding, the physical fitness and what's going on in the lawfare stuff. And now what's coming up is the best time for people to begin getting back together, because you're going to have football season just started last night. And, baseball season is going to be culminating. And then, of course, once we get into the holiday season, I think it's going to be a lot different this year. And the other thing is, people like you and other writers you don't really have to do any exposing anymore. The Democrats, Cory Booker's out there screaming like, hey, dude, what are you screaming about? And Chuck Schumer's lying his butt off. They're exposing themselves, and we just have to show it. Go, look at this guy. He's crazy. Yeah, exactly. He's absolutely nuts. All right. So, Mary, what's your next project? Because you're writing a lot lately. So what are you working on next?
So today I am doing our Pat stuff behind the paywall. And so I'll be doing a little bit less social commentary, more political analysis. I think that we decided that I'm going to go over some of the national security stuff that Trump has been, kind of pushing. I'm going to be writing about the Golden Dome. And I feel like we haven't gotten a lot of coverage about that. So, in my piece today on the Daily Caller, you'll be able to see, me break that down and figure out a good way to explain that to the American people, why it's such a good thing. And, if I have time, I'm hoping to be able to touch on the new renovations at the White House, because I think that adding in that space is so great. I was just in DC and I was just at the White House. I did a White House tour, and it was crazy because the one thing I thought was, gosh, they really need a beautiful ballroom here. I can't believe that we don't have one. And then lo and behold, Trump delivers without me even asking the very next week. And so I'm really excited about that. So maybe a little bit of commentary on that today, but really just focusing on the Golden Dome and how great that's going to be for America.
Well, please keep up with your anecdotal writing too, because you have such a different perspective and I love your titles, and I love how these articles are, they're not cookie cutter. They're not the same articles you'll see from CNN or MSNBC. No, I haven't seen anybody write the kind of articles you do. So I'm very impressed, and thank you for doing so, because it's a relief actually wanting to read something, which is another thing. In addition to physical fitness, we stopped telling kids to read. Everything's on the phone, and you're just scrolling, and it's little 200 character bites, and you write very good articles, so I'm impressed.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Your mom and dad would be happy. It worked out.
Thank you.
All right, so have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry.
I hope you guys enjoyed that. It was actually a pleasure to talk with Mary. You could tell I had a pleasure speaking with somebody in that regard. And her articles, if you check her out on the Daily Caller, you will see they have a different kind of slant to them. Not the same old political articles you always see. They're fantastic. I mean, seriously, I looked at the titles of them and I'm like, oh, that's compelling. Let me go ahead and click on there. So I definitely encourage you to follow her on the Daily Caller and check out her articles. They're well worth it. Before I get back to some news, because I do have some news for you, I also want to tell you again, actually, this is something else. I told you about the red knife earlier from Patriot Addict. This one's a little bit further. This is the new berry pack that I want to tell you about. I got to do a little quick change here, so I'm going to grab the other hat. Is this the hat they want me to show you? Yeah. So this hat's a little bit small on me, but nonetheless, I'll put it on. So they've got this amazing pack, the berry pack that they put together. It includes this hat right here, the Trump 4547 hat. Can you see it? Trump 4547. All right, so we got that hat, right? You're not going to believe this. Seriously. I'm not just hyping this. This is incredible. They're also going to give you the Trump red knife. You've seen this Trump red knife many times. Now, in addition to the Trump red knife, they also have the Trump signatory knife, which comes in this beautiful packaging right here. This knife, a little bit different than the red knife, is pretty much a black and white knife here. Let me show this to you. This is the Trump 4547 knife. And the difference with the two knives, because they're pretty much the same knives, is this one's a lot sharper, and it's got a stencil up here with Trump's name in it as well. That's his signature on it. So they're calling this the Trump signatory knife. Very, very sharp. Very well made, good weight to it. It has the same thing. It's got the window breaker there, and it also has the seatbelt cutter. So you got a pretty much the same, but just a little bit different color, and it also has the signatory on it. All right, so you got the hat. You get both knives, right? Both knives. Then I want to show you this. This is the Trump flag. You get the Trump flag right there. I don't know if you can see it all, but this is the Trump flag, all right? So if you're keeping score at home, you got the hat, you got the knife, you got both knives, you get the Trump flag, and you also get the Trump blanket. Perfect to take to a tailgate. Absolutely perfect to take to a tailgate. Right there, huge. So you get the flag, you get the blanket, you get two knives, and you get this hat, which in and of itself sounds like a great deal. Well, in addition, and let me see if I can find myself on the screen here. In addition, you can probably see it right about there. The Trump Force One airplane, they're going to throw it in. So you get all of this, the entire package, for less than $100. All of that. Sold separately, you're looking at about a $500 package. You get the Trump plane. The plane alone costs $250. You're getting that as part of this package. This package is being brought to you for under $100. So if you are interested, go ahead and click the QR code on your screen, and you can get this pack for less than $100. It's a great deal. Great deal from the people at Patriot Addict. They do a lot to help sponsor the program. So if you're interested, man, it's a great deal. All right, so I've got some breaking news for you. This breaking news just came out. Again, this hat's a little bit small on me. This is more comfortable. Russia, rather, Putin has not agreed, but Putin has now said, if you give me eastern Ukraine, basically the same stuff we used to have, but now I want, give it back, we're done. War's over. And just to give you an idea on the map where that is, this is the area he's talking about. The Donetsk, the Lubansk, the Zaporizhia, the Kherson, and then, of course, Crimea. Now, Zelensky hasn't treated that area of the country very well anyway. There's no reason why, and because, let's be honest, he's going to take it anyway. You can't keep killing everybody in your country for that area that he just wants back. So he has now said, I am willing to stop the war in exchange for eastern Ukraine. That's probably a good deal. Probably a good deal to get this war over with. Let me know what you think. All right, some more breaking news before we go to Super Chats. People keep saying, nothing's happening. Why didn't Texas do something about these rogue Democrats? And I tried to show you, they're taking away their money, they're chasing them down like rats in a hole, they're doing all these things. Well, Ken Paxton has taken and he put the ante up. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has just filed with the Supreme Court of Texas to declare 13 Democrat House seats vacant. People were asking, hey, why don't you try to get rid of them? Now it's been filed. Y'all just have to wait. It's coming. The rogue Democrat legislators who fled the state have abandoned their duties, says Paxton in a filing. These cowards deliberately sabotaged the constitutional process and violated the oath they swore to uphold. How can you possibly defend that? You absolutely did that. So I've asked the Texas Supreme Court to declare what has been clear from the beginning, that the runaway members have officially vacated their office in the Texas House. Boom. Boom. They can't deny it. They absolutely did it. They had plenty of time. See, one of the things that people were rushing to judgment, say, hey, you got to do it right now. No, give them the time. Hey, listen, come back by Monday or else. Come back by Wednesday or else. Hey, we gave you plenty of time. It's been, 7 or 8 days now. Boom, the hammer drops. Now, this may go on a little while because at this point, if the Texas Supreme Court does drop the hammer on these people, what are their options? They're going to have to go to the United States Supreme Court if SCOTUS would even take it up. Don't even know at this point if they would get that far. But that's what they're going to try to do. That's where they are at this point. So, oh my gosh, that's huge, absolutely huge. And by just to remember, all of this, everything I've shown you from, what time was it? 1 o'clock on, has happened on a Friday with the Democrats, well actually both Republicans and Democrats, out of the Senate and out of the House. They're both gone. And all of this stuff is happening right now. Peace deal, I'm looking to see if they've announced a time for him to be run. I mean, he said he's going to talk about something else later, but I haven't seen it at this point. If it's something I'm going to be out, but if I tape it, maybe we can get to it But man, how much news has there been today? How much? And they can't stop any of it. That's the best part of it. All right, so let me go ahead and do super chats, and then I'll do the after party, and we'll be done for today. So like you see, I got on at 1 o'clock. It is now 4 o'clock. Oh, wait, no, it's 5 o'clock. So we've been doing this for 4 hours today. And there's no real way I could come back at 7 p.m. or 7:30 to do any research or do a second show. So that's pretty much. And I don't know if SV and the ladies and Severo had to work too hard to get rid of any trolls today, but zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. All right, so let me go ahead and which window? I'm in the wrong window. Hold on, let me go here. All right, here we go. Mama Mima, family first, better content when you're happy. Yeah, I mean, I was pissed off last night seeing some of the people's comments. So, had to do what I had to do. Dave Ratton, I loved your attitude and the way you approach doing your show. Keep having fun. I really appreciate all you do, and I appreciate you guys for watching. And it may sound weird to you. It's like, Barry, you chose to do this. But I chose to do it because it's fun. That's the only reason I chose to do it. And then, if you get sponsors and you make money, all right, then that's a, what do you call it? A dressing, the whipped cream on top type thing. Because when you start, you're not making any money. So obviously you had to start with the attitude that, this looks like it might be fun. So that's where it was. Angela, very appreciate what you do. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you. Ken Romolino, we are here for you, Barry, and are grateful. My business and financials are riding that rocket because of your channel. You have to remember, September, they're going to drop the rates. It's coming. You should be penciled at when the next Fed meeting is. Be ready for it, Ken. Yeah. Mama Mima, 100% you owe us nothing. Yes, I do. I do feel like I owe something. You guys tune in here for 4 or 5 hours at a time sometimes. Yes, I got to be ready. But thank you. I understand. Amira, Barry, you're the best in the biz. We don't need you to go 8 hours a day. We're okay for whatever time. I thank you very much for that. Family is more important. Yes, family is more important. And by the way, it's football season, and my grandson sprains his ankle right during the show. I'm like, okay. Cynthia Wright, thank you. Christina Moser, wow, thank you. Thank you very much. We love you, Barry. You've been such a positive influence in my life. Do what you want to forget the haters. Wow. Thank you very much. Have I heard your uncle in here in a while? I'm not sure. Armando, Uncle Barry is unique. Thank you very much. Retro Bill, support what we love or it goes away. No, I wasn't saying, no, I'm not going away. I'm just tired of some people, if you know what I mean. Big Cat, you guys are making me blush here. Thank you. Ladybug, just keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much. Danny Barrow, we are family. I got Brother Barry with me. You're dating yourself, bro. Dave Ratton again. Where's that? There'll always be those out there trying to destroy everything good. Yeah. And you know what? I understand people. Let me just say this too. I understand people want to hear from me. That's a great feeling. I am never going to shun people that want to hear some of the stuff I have to say. It's just, please understand that sometimes I'm just tired. There's a lot of work to do. Like right now, if I were to stop, it's 5:10. And if I were to tell you that at 7 or 7:30 I'm going to do a show, there's no way I could make it. It takes me an hour to 2 hours just to get pre-production done. And then I'd be rushing and here's the biggest thing. Maybe it's because it's me being a former football player and athlete. I am not going to half-ass anything. I am not going to just get on there to do it. No. If I can't do it and give you everything, if I feel like I'm tired, whatever. If I can't give 100%, I'm not going to fake it. And the other thing I'm not going to fake, which some people do, I'm not going to make clickbait and put out content and try to sell it as great show if there's nothing behind it. And there's so much crap out there that I won't do that. So I really dig in and try to, if you notice, I stopped talking about the Dems too much because they're toast. So Trump's basically the only person who's creating news at this point. Hey Tommy, don't apologize without need. You do it for us. Thank you, brother. Mama Mima, record highlights, create a 1 or 2 hour show. Record highlights. Okay, I got you. Suzanne Brooke, forget them. We try to tell you how to run your business. I know, but I just wanted to explain myself. Doc Webb, Barry puts in many hours for us that he will never get back. Yes, and I do care. You are correct. I do care. Q Politics, Barry, love the show. Life happens. Do the show when you want and can. You're not a TV network. People bitch to bitch. You're saying you won't listen to it while compiculating. Wow, there's a word. Compiculating. I have never heard that word before. I'm going to have to look that one up. I'll give you a quarter for that one. Trisha, Barry, True Man, God, Family, Country, Fanfare. Thank you for everything. Thank you. Penny, I love and depend on your show for some positive truth on President Trump when I'm worried about a lot of negative stuff, but you got your life to live. Family is most important. Today is, I think we have, even though I couldn't point out Azerbaijan on a map, we have to take today as an extremely positive point. I mean, extremely positive that two countries can come together and stop fighting. And like President Trump said, we shouldn't be talking about anything else but those two guys at this point. The fact that they're willing, even for however, see, that's one thing the press doesn't get. If they stop for even a week and lives are saved, isn't that a good thing? If next week the two of them are at each other's throats all over again, but during the next 7 days nobody dies, is that not a good thing? Does it not have an account? No, they won't. Hey, they're back fighting again. I guess it didn't work. No, it worked. It worked today. If nobody dies today, nobody died. Every day somebody goes, hey, how many people died in Azerbaijan and Armenia over a fight? None. It's a win. We as Christians understand if you can be at peace and not killing somebody, you're winning. So I don't understand the press. It's like they want things to keep fighting. Tom, thank you. Very positive. C. Mills, thank you. Darren, I do miss when there's no Barry, but holy cow, some people have codependency issues. Will always have a viewer in me, especially the Rumble Music Night Show. Oh, thank you. We're going to do that. Paul Guerri, Barry, I live in Rhode Island. Wow, I used to be from Connecticut. Thank you very much. Cat Fam Life. Trump's building the treason ground first. Every different outlet that now has compilations of the parroting, hoax, and defamation. Only then. Yep. It's coming. It's definitely coming. Buddy, oh yeah, for the Democrat Conviction Fund. Buddy Sanders said before, give Bondi and Patel time to do their jobs. Yeah. She hasn't posted anything about her wins, but remember, it's like 20 or 21-0. She's got almost every one of these rogue judges overturned. Randy Rittenhouse, Barry, my wife and I love your shows. We watch your shows when you do them. You're the best there is. Thank you. Beach Life, my wife and I each have credit scores of about 750, no debt, rent a 2-bedroom apartment in SoCal with our 3-year-old daughter. We want to move to Florida Panhandle to buy a home. Any advice buying your first home? You're going to find some really good deals in the Florida Panhandle. It's not nearly as expensive as South Florida, and you're going to see some, and I hope you're okay with this, just to let you know. You're going to be around country people, and don't anything wrong with that. Just understand, going from I think you're saying Southern California, SoCal, from Southern California to the Panhandle of Florida might be a bit of a culture shock, but you will love it. The beaches up in the Panama City area are absolutely fantastic. All through, Panama City, Destin, all through there. You're going to love it. And it's close to Alabama, so you get a lot of people come down from Bama. We call that the Redneck Riviera. We say that affectionately. So you may love it. Ronnie, thank you very much. B.F. Thompson, thank you. Peaceful Haven Media, listening on delay. We support what's best for you. We appreciate your hard work and insight on finance. Thank you very much. Lisa M., happy Retribution Day. You know, some people will not have seen this show, so this is something where you're going to have to get out there, people, and say, did you hear about this, and this, and this, and this, all on a Friday? Boom, 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 boom. And no counter messaging. There's nothing the Democrats can say. It's all Trump just hammering these people. I love it. I love it. And somebody in the chat had said that Chuck Schumer was up in Buffalo for the football game. Nothing. Political John Wick. Good analogy. Sean Dugan, Barry, this is for you, and President Trump is the best. Thank you. Sheila, Retribution Friday. Let's obliterate. It's only Friday. Who knows what he's got in store? Remember, these people aren't in town for, checks the date here, another 20 days. 23 days. They've completely left town. John Thune said, go away. Mike Johnson said, yeah, go on vacation. Trump's not on vacation. See that? Let me stop for a second. That, to me, should be something. It would be like playing a game or practicing. You're in a weight room working out or something, and as you're leaving, you look and you say, Coach is still in there watching films? I'm not leaving until he leaves. And that's what I'm thinking. If people in Congress and in the Senate are watching Trump and seeing today what he's done, maybe you just go back to Washington. Maybe you go back to Washington and say, what can I do to help? Is there anything, President Trump, you need me to do? I understand Senate's not in session, but I'm here to help you. Would love to see somebody do that. Would love to see somebody realize, yeah, maybe I should get my ass back up there. Jerry King, today's my wife and my 22nd anniversary. Hey, yeah. Well, there you go. Thank you. Terry Below, always put God and family first. Always. Thank you. Jerry King, thanks for the great wishes. Yeah, 22 years is nothing to sneeze at. Nothing at all. Del Hole, curious if the Biden Supreme Court justice will be removed if the auto pen is found to be used for her. He's talking about Ketanji Jackson. And if she was appointed, yeah, maybe. Terry, I'm not going anywhere. Not giving up on you. Nope. Don't give up on me. FB, thank you. Fazul, ever notice Trump loves to ruin their weekend? That's what I was just saying. Because Fridays are supposed to be days where the press, everybody just gears down. It's the weekend. And he's like, I'm going to keep working. It's something like they've never seen before. Ray Smiths, Barry, you're doing a great job. Watch all the time. You're my therapy on my way home from a long day in the operating room. Oh, are you a nurse or a doctor? Interesting. I'm only friends and talk to positive people. I don't deal with negative energy. Good for you. Mr. Linehan, most of your fans love your content schedule. Don't let the negative contents cramp your style. It's mostly because people don't understand what I've been doing. I could go to an every single thing, same thing everybody else does, but I like to focus on Trump. I'm probably one of the only people besides RSBN who does their entire content schedule wrapped around what he does. And because I do that, it's never, as we see, it's now 5:20. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Tell me who else goes for 4.5 hours. See, there's a key for you. Tell me any other podcaster other than RSBN that does 3 and 4 hour shows. I'll wait. Because they're not out there. Condition based. Oh my God, there's a difference between a war on drugs and a war. He's talking back to that comment that said Trump's going to start a war in Mexico because he's going to stop trafficking and he's going to stop drugs. Yeah. No more BLSP. Be true. God bless America. Agreed. Suzanne Potter Girl. Thank you. Del Hole again. Wonder if Mexico tariff extension had anything to do with cartel info. Probably. Del Hole, get arrested on Friday. Sit all weekend in jail. I'd love to see somebody get pinched. Benedetta, all the winning feels like I'm a kid again, and it's late Christmas Eve. I love it. Tish Schiff and all the left town. Whoopee! Yeah, the Big Letty and Mr. Schiff. Just whatever money you got in the bank. Oh, I'd love for them to freeze their accounts. What if they found? That's a bridge too far. But if they froze their accounts, Roberto, great job, brother. Go crypto. Yes, go crypto. And gold and silver. Market reality, an alliance between Armenia and Azerbaijan could replace Russian oil and natural gas pipelines to Europe, undercutting Vlad's war budget. Whoa, thank you for that. I didn't know that. So both of them have big oil reserves. Did not know that. Now that makes a little bit more sense. Stephen Anderson, get Victor Davis Hanson on your show. Would love to. I think Ashley has tried to get a hold of him. American Rebels, monumental. Look at the map and see. Well done, Mr. President. Gen V, demonic California bill AB 495, masquerading as a do-good bill, but fine print states a person can take your children away from you by simply filling out a form and saying they are a mentor. I saw a pastor do a video today or yesterday, and he said if that passes, you have to move out. You have no choice. If that bill passes where they can just take your kids, you have to move out of California. You can't say I can't. You must move out of California if that thing passes. Barry, how can we help support Big Balls? Just talk about it. I'm sure he's well financed. I'm sure Elon's helping in whatever way he can. Just keep his name fresh to people. Margaret Olson, take time for yourself off from work before medical problems rise like they did for me. Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that, but you are completely correct. Ed, Barry, you take time for your wonderful family. They're all that should matter. I, for one, am glad to watch your show. Thank you very much. Thank you, Barry, and the mods. Wait a minute. For every program. Thank you, Mel. Captain Danny again. In all honesty, I think you work too much. Maybe do an evening show twice a week and a day show 5 days. Enjoy more time with Robin. Thank you. I don't mind doing the evening shows, but I can't follow an evening show with a 5-hour day show. If I can do just an hour and a half or 90 minutes or 2 hours at a 1 o'clock time, then I got plenty of time to hang out with the wife and the kids, the Mexican over here and everybody else. It's just when you have shows like this. This is a perfect example. We've been going for 4.5 hours. By the time we do the after party, it will be 5 hours. Tip jar, you're doing great. Content is perfect. Don't quit. Don't bounce me out. Thanks, Knucklehead. Kelly Panetsky, thank you. Christina Mozart again. Gray Man listens a lot while I'm here because I hog his computer. He's around. All right. Oh, yeah, by the way, tomorrow I'll show you guys some more of that. Let me go back to that. Haven't shown you guys that. Those of you who are still here, if you'd like to be a part of the show, where's my picture of the lady from Sunset Strip? I'm looking for it here. I'm looking for it. Oh, yeah. If you'd like to submit a video, go to fanfareshop.org/submit video. And if you go ahead and submit a video, you get like a minute, or you can do more than one. And then what I will do is include it in tomorrow's show. So go to fanfareshop.org/submit video, and you'll be able to submit a video. All right, Beth. Hey, Beth. My son's open house today. The teacher told me they have about 200 less students this year. The deportations are working. 9 kids total in my son's class. What? Now, I'll let you guys know, Beth is down here in South Florida as well, so it's working. And here, Miss Mary Boston says your show is the cream of the crop. Oh, thank you. All right, everybody. I want you guys to have a good evening, and we will talk tomorrow and get this thing started all over again. Thank you guys for tuning in for 4.5 hours. Great day. Retribution Friday. Talk to you guys soon.
you.